Hey there, internet friends. Welcome to another episode, a very special episode of That Nerdy Site Show, weekly podcast where the team members from That Nerdy Site get together to talk about our lives and all of the nerdy things we love about them. I'm your host, Trevor Starkey, and joining me this week we have Cameron Abbott. How you doing, Cameron?
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Time to crack open a cold one.
There you go. And making his triumphant return, Frank Bazzani. How you doing, Frank?
I'm doing great. I'm happy to be back and talk games with you guys.
Indeed. Today is going to be our big return Game of the Year 2023 episode. If you've never joined us for a Game of the Year episode before, what we're going to do is we'll first go through kind of our honorable mentions, and we'll kind of take turns going through our number 10s, our number 9s, our number 8s, so on and so forth, until we get to our collective number 1s. Each game kind of gets allotted like a number of points. 10s get 1 point, 9s get 2 points, all the way down to 1s, which get 10 points. And then we kind of combine all that stuff. I've got a big old Excel doc that I'll be working off during the podcast to come up with the overall That Nerdy Sites Game of the Year list, our big top 10s there. And to avoid kind of rehashing a lot of the same stuff, we tend to do if I say, hey, I'm going to talk about this game because it's my number 9, but Cameron's like, oh, I have it higher on my list, we will kind of kick it down the line and talk about it when we get to that spot on the highest person's list, and we'll kind of give the game its flowers there. So yeah, I'm trying to think if I have any other housekeeping. Obviously we've been off for a couple weeks for the holidays. Hope everybody had a good holiday break. I don't know, as we were recording this a couple days before the episode will go live, if we're going to be back fully just yet. We'll probably do a That D Plus show this week, but I don't know if we'll have Let's Plays back up and going, because I'm still kind of enjoying after the epic 37, 38 episodes of Baldur's Gate 3, I'm kind of enjoying not doing Let's Plays for a little bit. But stay tuned for all that. You'll find all that stuff. And feel free to go check out thatnerdysite.com, where various write-ups for our best of 2023 things are going up. Currently up on the site are my best of Lego sets for 2023, as well as my favorite That D Plus shows of 2023, because it was the first year I didn't have to do a single solo episode, which was very nice. So you can go check out those lists. Alongside this, I'm sure our Game of the Year, our individual top 10s will start kind of making their way up. I believe next week's episode will probably be our top 10 movies of the year, which we'll swap Frank out for Logan for that one, and have a good little chat. Same kind of format there. And then, we'll probably do a wrap up of just other big things we liked in 2023 that don't necessarily fit into a mold there. I know, Cameron, you're working on a top 10 animes for the year that you really enjoyed. I have a actual plays list. I have my annual top platinums list that I will inevitably do. So we've got a lot of fun kind of best of 2023 content making its way onto the site in the coming weeks. So go check out all that fun stuff. But without further ado, I think let's dive into our honorable mentions for games from 2023. And Frank, we were talking a little bit before we started recording. We haven't talked in a while, so I'm I'm very curious to hear kind of where you're at. So let's go ahead and kick it off with you a little bit on honorable mentions for the year.
Yeah, for sure. I didn't have too many honorable mentions. I did want to give a quick shout out to 2 games I played this year that weren't from 2023 that I thought were just amazing and would have made my list had they been. Mm-hmm. But I played Cult of the Lamb earlier this year, and that is a amazing video game. I think everybody kind of knows that, but I was surprised at how much I liked it. I just didn't think it was the thing I would necessarily click with. But I really loved it. I like everything about that game.
If I think we may have talked about it last year in the Game of the Year stuff. I'm trying to think where that would have fallen, or whenever it came out. Was it? Yeah, it was my number 5.
I think it was last year.
Yeah, it was my number 5 game last year. Some of my favorite stories from that game were I named all of my followers after first I went with That Nerdy Site people, so you and Cam are in there, and then I kind of expanded to the broader kind of funny community friends and all that stuff. And you and Jazz in particular were some of like my longest living. And you in particular, I believe, were one of the most devious, that you basically required I force feed Cameron poop to make you happy. And I was like, you know what? Yeah, I'll do that.
We didn't even live together at the time.
Yeah. So, so yes, that was like I had a lot of fun emergent gameplay moments from Cult of the Lamb because of that, and it definitely strikes me as a game that you absolutely.
It's a Frank game, 100%. Like that game is such a Frank game.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, no, it really is, because even like the aesthetic and the style of it, and then like the combat is really fun and awesome, and I loved that. And then I loved even like the farming life sim aspect of it, which sometimes can click for me, because there's even some games on my list that involve like elements of that too. But that's why I was like, yeah, Cult of the Lamb is like an amazing game, and last year totally would have made my list too.
Yeah.
Also, shout out to them, like.
They did the big old like sex drive.
Yeah,
or whatever.
the whole sex drive. They're like, yeah, if you guys do this, like if you guys like we get this many followers, we'll do a sex DLC. And they made it in
like they did it in like 3 hours. Or
yeah,
something
in like 3 hours. Like
ridiculous.
you did it in 3 hours. Like, what's wrong with you people?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very cool. What's your other non-2023 honorable mention here?
Ollie Ollie World.
Ollie World.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, it was another one I just didn't get to in time last year, and I was able to play it at the beginning of this year finally. And yeah, like it was just a super fun game, and I don't know if I have like a ton of like thoughts on it that are like too different, but it was just, I liked the other Ollie Ollie Worlds, and I think this one's like another fun update on that. I really liked the art style and like a lot of what they do, and it was just a fun like get off of work, come home, and then just do some like kick flips and grind rails and stuff like that. And I beat the whole game, and I want to. I've been toying around with going back and getting like the season pass to do all like the DLC levels that they've like come out with.
Fun fact: Ollie Ollie World or Ollie Ollie 2 is. I've got the trophy in that game for like doing every trick in the game, and that is my absolute rarest trophy according to PSN profiles. Like, because that was a game that like I think a ton of people picked up at like the height of PS Plus games. So everybody has that game, but like nobody played it. So it's like,
and nobody did that.
Yeah, and definitely nobody, and especially like it's really weird for me to have done that because I'm not the skateboard game guy.
That's the thing.
But
yeah, because I didn't do that.
I definitely
I gave up on it.
Yeah, I definitely messed up my hands a few times playing on the PS Vita to get that one. It's like it's that, and then like a Jackbox trophy that's like incredibly easy to get, but nobody ever does it because it's basically just like use this word as a response in the game, and it's like, okay, yeah, I have the game, I can do that, no problem. And so I pop the trophy. It's like my second rarest trophy because it's another one that everybody has, but nobody did. And then I have like good platinums that are like my next rarest things. So, but very cool.
The hard ones.
Yeah. They, like both of them are in my platinums of the year this year list. So shout out to both of those ones. But very cool. Glad you are enjoying your time with Ollie Ollie World. All right. Next honorable mention for you.
Yeah, and my last one is a game from this year, and it just narrowly missed my list, but I did want to give a shout out to Dredge.
Okay.
It was a cool, fun, like indie game. I didn't end up finishing it or like putting like as much time as I wanted to into it, and then that's kind of what held it back a little bit too. But at the time I did spend with it, I enjoyed it, and I do want to get back to it. But it's like a fun, cool, same thing, kind of like it has some of those like life sim aspect kind of stuff too, because you have this boat and you're going around and like fishing and you're getting those upgrades, and then you can like take more damage, catch different fish, go in different areas, like unlock different abilities and stuff. And I mean, I've definitely enjoyed it. I'm just not like as deep into it like all the way at the end. And as some other games kind of ended up beating it out ultimately.
Sure. Makes sense. Cool. So that's your last honorable mention of the year. All right. Cam, let's throw it over to you. What do you have in terms of honorable mentions?
So I have two sections for honorable mentions. One is the games that caught me this year. Games that have already kind of pre-existed that caught me, games that caught me a long time ago that I'm keeping up with, and then actual like proper honorable mentions. The games that caught me this year were Marvel Snap and Fortnite. We went in depth on that podcast where it's like, yeah, Cameron Abbott, the avowed like Fortnite hater, literally plays Fortnite daily now.
Yeah. It's hilarious.
Yeah.
Trevor converted you. He got you in.
I didn't know. It was Lego Fortnite converted him.
Oh,
Lego Fortnite
yep.
and Rocket Racing and the Fortnite Festival
Yeah.
got him. And so like we had a whole episode where like I was excited to talk to him about that because I thought that was funny. And then he drops the bomb on me in that episode that like, oh, he's also been doing zero build Fortnite.
Yep.
And I was like, oh, I haven't even done zero build Fortnite since like May.
Yep. Not only that, but I'd already got like Victory Royales.
Yeah.
It is.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, it is. One, I have to say, and like one of my biggest criticisms years ago was I just didn't think it was good shooting.
Mm-hmm.
They've definitely improved their shooting aspect and like the quality, like everything about their guns and shooting that I hated is done. It's gone. They've completely revamped it. It's just way better now. I have a like really great appreciation for like the in-depth changes that have been made to their gunplay. Zero build means I don't have to deal with their crappy building stuff. And also like it was really cool to unlock stuff in the battle pass that I can take into the other modes. It was fun racing as Peter Griffin. I unlocked Peter Griffin and immediately went into rocket racing and like I was by myself, so I made like noises whenever I boosted. Just for fun. Nobody else could see me as Peter Griffin, but that was just fun for me.
But yeah, you knew, you know.
This game,
you were role playing,
and people could hear him.
People can hear you in that mode?
No, I'm saying I could hear
you could hear me. There you go.
I was like, that makes more sense why I was hearing you do the Peter Griffin laugh.
Yep, that's it.
And I mean, with the PS5 controller, with that mic that's on, somebody could have heard you too.
Probably. Fortnite Festival, I have just been missing rhythm games for a long time. Because it's like, hey, 5 new songs every day. Or 5 different, like the rotations of the songs are very diverse but as I was unlocking more soundtracks in the Battle Pass as well as the kind of festival pass that they have, I even dropped money to get the premium festival pass because they had Blinded by the Light by The Weeknd because he's their iconic person for the festival mode.
Mm-hmm.
They debuted with him, and I really love that song, like a lot. It was my most played song by a long shot the year that it came out. It is one I can just put on and just like enjoy. I love driving to it. It's awesome. So getting to play it was awesome too. I've just fallen super into the Fortnite hole, and I don't intend to climb back out. It's been great.
Nice.
I even got to the point like I'm no longer playing the Lego, the thing that brought me to it. I'm not really invested in it anymore, but I still love that. I love seeing people like I have a really old skin from like season 5. So before even like the chapter stuff was happening, from when it was on the Switch and everybody was playing it. And so I played it too and unlocked all like this entire outfit. And I actually didn't realize, I was like, I think I played a lot more on my Switch than I thought I did because I have a lot of stuff like,
I mean, yeah, your character, that's like, you got like the most advanced version of the character, which was probably like a level 100 thing at the time or something like that.
It was challenges back then though. Like you said,
that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. It was all challenges. Right. And so like, that's what drew me into playing Fortnite on the Switch before I was just like, I just can't stand this gameplay. So like, there's always been something about it. And then like over the years, it's been like, nothing's going to take me. They added Batman, like DC stuff. They've added Marvel stuff. They added NFL stuff even. And like that even didn't get me. Like nothing got me into Fortnite. And then it's like the one thing I never expected was, hey, Lego Minecraft. Until I was like, that sounds actually like a lot of fun. And it was. I've easily dumped like 40, 50 hours into it this year. Mm-hmm. Just that mode alone. And so like, and mostly because I play it daily. The other game that caught me this year was Marvel Snap. Marvel Snap is just like the most solid mobile card game I've ever played. It might be the most solid, just like basic card game out there. And the best part is that it's fully digital, like very limited, like buy-in on it. You buy in as much as you want. Everything is unlocked through level progression that unlocks as you like basically just get as you play more. And it's really well done. It's really well built. It takes a lot of pieces from Smash Up, which is one of my favorite board games, with bases and everything. And then it ties it into one of the things I really loved about like Legends of Runeterra, from Riot years ago. They put out their card game. I love the idea of lanes in a card game, like you like doing that, and then like the additional like abilities that each card kind of categorizes itself in and the way it interacts with things. It's just really, really good. And I love that I have like, basically because I'm starting so late, I have like this infinite amount of progression I can get to before I even get capped out on anything. So it's just been phenomenal. The support they have for it and the fact that it's still doing super well makes me really happy that I'm going to be able to play this for a long time. So those are the 2 games that like caught me this year. The game that continues to catch me continues to be with me is Final Fantasy 14. The post Endwalker patch content, I am a massive fan of the story content. I know some people online have been like poo-pooing it, but that's on them. That's like, I understand their issues with it, but I've really loved it. I've loved the introduction of the like some of the classic like Final Fantasy IV tie-ins that they did for the whether it's Golbez being a boss within the confines of the lore of Final Fantasy XIV, along with is it the 4 Devas or the 4
4 elements?
Yeah, the 4 elements bosses basically.
Elemental fiends, I think.
Elemental fiends, there we go. Yeah, the 4 elemental fiends are in there as bosses. Some as raids, some as dungeon bosses. Overall, it's been a really awesome time getting to tie up a lot of like, not loose ends, but stuff that kind of got introduced but was kind of like left to the side from like things like Shadowbringers and prior expansions that have just all been nicely wound up as we're going into the expansion this year, which is Dawn Trail.
We're recording this hours before like the FanFest thing where they're probably going to release or announce the new class and all that fun stuff tonight. So
exciting stuff, very exciting stuff. You asked me what my plans are, Trevor. I'm probably just going to watch FanFest.
Fair enough.
Yeah, and then my other honorable mentions, more traditional honorable mentions, WWE 2K23. Solid entry. I agree with other people like Greg Miller who think that maybe this is if you are only going to be doing incremental like increases at this point, like 22 to 23 was, I would suggest maybe going into a live service option for it. I think this is a game that could benefit from that. And then this one probably is going to be on Frank's list, Like a Dragon Gaiden, The Man Who Erased His Name. Is that on your top 10?
It is higher on my list,
Yeah. I just did not put enough time into it. That's why it's not further on my list. Next up is War Tales. I don't know if that's going to be on your list, Frank.
It's not.
Okay. War Tales is a really awesome game, but unfortunately, I don't think it's a fun introduction because it's a very brutalistic, very realistic version of like medieval fantasy where you play as a group of people who are basically like pseudo adventurers, but it's far more mercenary like. It's far more and dealing with stuff. And I was really intrigued by the way that it looked like there were some sections of the game and like, hey, you're progressing an area story, but at the end of it, it really came down just picking one of 2 sides, and it really didn't matter in the long run. And then as I got further into the leveling up characters, the minimalistic approach they took to it has made it very just not interesting in investing in time, figuring out what I want to do for my characters because it's just very limited on that. It's a really cool idea, but I just don't think it lands its execution very well. And then my last honorable mention is I have 2 more. Sorry. SteamWorld Build. As a city builder, it's awesome, but it doesn't have any more depth to it than that. I've put probably 20, 25 hours into it, but it is just not more it's a really solid city builder with really smart things about it, but it's very much on a linear path of progression for your city. And there's not a lot of customizable choice to it. And also there's a lot of additional things that they hold up you on for resources that feel very arbitrary at times. And then my last one,
a mobile game.
Almost, yeah. I will say that my last one is definitely going to be on Trevor's list, but it's Sea of Stars. I just have not put enough time into it. Similar to Like a Dragon Gaiden. But I've had plenty of time for Sea of Stars. It has just not grabbed me the way that I think it's grabbed everybody else.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, we'll definitely, it's definitely higher on my list, and we'll talk about it later. But yeah, given as I said to you, given the games that you got really drawn to this year, you were doing a lot of action stuff, and you were playing those action games over and over again.
Yeah.
And turn-based classic RPG wasn't really the vibe you were looking for, so that made sense that trying to go from like an armored core to that didn't really click, or trying to go from a Lies of P to that didn't really click.
Yep, that's definitely where things were at this year for me.
Yep.
So
cool. All right. Any other honorable mentions, or is that it?
Oh, that's it for me. That's all my honorable mentions.
All right. So some of these for mine will be in my, as I often do, my top list. My write up will be like a top 20, and then I had like a few honorable mentions kind of above and beyond that. So this mix of honorable mentions is going to be like a selection of that. I will say that list covers pretty much all the games that I played this year. So because I only barely kind of had like a top 20 list this year, in part because I did a lot of like replay stuff this year, or in part because I put a bunch of hours into a few games this year. But in proper honorable mentions, similar to you, Frank, I'll throw an honorable mention out there to Elden Ring. Even if I had played it last year, I doubt it would have been, in my top 10, just because those games typically aren't. But the fact that I did 20 episodes of a Let's Play series with Cam on it means I put more time into Elden Ring than any other FromSoft game, and was even doing stuff and having fun with that game outside of the Let's Plays, where like I would just jump in and like go fight bosses in the overworld on my own kind of thing, and surprise Cam with like how many things I had killed when we would come back and play. But then we hit like the brick wall of the fire giant and tried that a few times and just gave up and never went back to it. I installed it, uninstalled it, and was like, all right, yep. So same
the tale of a FromSoft game.
Exactly. Like very much the like. If this had been manageable, I would have tried to see it through and had some more fun with it. But nope, you actively pushed me away from your game, From Software. So
it's
good job.
There's just so many layers to that boss fight that make it bullshit. That even with like
it was the fact that like prior to that, I had heard you struggle with that boss fight for like well over a week. That I was like, I have zero interest in doing that. I thought it would be easier with there being two of us here, but if it's not, then no, this isn't going to be a fun time for me. So let's call it and just walk away.
Yeah, it was a very brutal moment where it's like, I know we could do this, but Trevor does not have that dog in him.
Yeah.
That From Software masochist, like he doesn't got that in him, and I know that it would take him it would take him breeding that dog inside of him, but at the same time, is that worth it to see Trevor do this? Like, it's just, there's who Trevor would be at the end of beating the fire giant is not, I don't think that's a Trevor I want to know.
Sure.
Because one, I don't think it's
worth getting there to find out.
Yeah.
It would just make me more resentful to you.
Yeah, that's why. That's why.
You don't want to be a roommate with that Trevor.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like that Trevor would smother me in my sleep, not because I snored, but because I made him fight the fire giant. Yeah, that is 100%. Like, I'm like, I can see the two paths that are here, and one of those is a much darker path that Trevor should not be going down.
Yeah. So that's my like non 2023 honorable mention. Games from this year that didn't quite make my top 10. I'll give a shout out to Super Mario Brothers Wonder, which I hopped in, played through like the first 4 worlds ish of the game, enjoyed, but it's a Mario platformer, and I just want more story in my games, and that's never going to give me that. But very good for what it was. I have Viewfinder, which may be on somebody else's list.
It's on mine.
Okay, then we will chat about it there. Very much enjoyed the game, but just missed my top 10. I think it's like number 12 on my list. So then I'll just drop to my number 11, which was a very late entry, but Octopath Traveler 2 just misses my top 10. I tried it a little bit back when like the game first came out, put like 5 hours into it, just wasn't clicking for me in large part. And I ran into the same issue with the first Octopath Traveler. I just don't like the disjointed, like the stories don't really combine to do anything. And having really enjoyed Live Alive last year, I was like, I'll give it another shot. It's that same kind of thing. Maybe there will be kind of like an end thing where they do all come together. And there is, but it's very minimal it is largely you're playing 8 separate campaigns just in the same world. And just because of that, it ends up making like the pacing really rough for me in terms of like the final chapter where they all came together took me 84 hours to get there. And I did like, because I came back to it kind of as my like holiday break game, played through it, finished it a few nights ago, and had a good time with it. Like the combat is really fun, especially when you start opening up the job systems in that game and you can kind of start mixing and matching like your character's main job with like secondary jobs. It becomes very fun. You can kind of like play around with the party makeup. But yeah, just overall, like the story and characters, because of how it's paced out of, okay, you can do everybody's like chapter 1 pretty early on, but then like chapter 2's, it's like recommended this character should be level blah, 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 and this character should be level blah, blah, blah. And you have to like go around the map to get them. Just meant that by the time I was getting to like people's like chapter 2's or chapter 3's, I didn't remember what happened in their story from 10 hours ago, or 12 hours ago, or like it was all such a jumbled mess. I was like, wait, which character was going through this thing? And so there was like a little bit of like having to kind of play catch up every time I tried to move forward in a character story, and just the game suffered a little bit from that, but. Very fun combat overall, and great art style. I still love the HD 2D stuff. Just couldn't really connect with the characters and story, so it ends up it did move it up from being like an honorable mention of my top 20 to a proper number 11 slot. But yeah, it lives just outside my top 10. A couple others that you can find more of my thoughts on, but I won't really kind of go into here. Disney Illusion Island, Oxenfree 2 Lost Signals, and Stray Gods, the role-playing musical. I'll give shout outs to those. You can read kind of more of my thoughts on that in my like actual write-up, because those were other games in kind of that like 11 to 16 range of games that I really enjoyed this year, but just didn't make the top 10 or didn't click enough to make the top 10 for me. So shout outs to all that fun stuff. And yeah, you can go read my overall write-up, probably going up alongside this episode, for more of my thoughts on those. And also, yeah, shout out to like Fortnite / Lego Fortnite, which I did also get into, but we already talked about that a little bit with Cam. So with honorable mentions out of the way, I think in record time this year, let's jump to our number 10s. Frank, hit me with your number 10 game of the year.
Yeah, so my number 10 this year is going to be Assassin's Creed Mirage.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm assuming it's not on your guys'.
I don't think either of us played it now, so yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead and tell us Assassin's Creed Mirage.
Yeah, so I definitely have some thoughts on this one because like it ultimately is a good game, and one of the things I was super excited about was the fact that like this was a DLC for Valhalla that they kind of broke out into like a standalone game. Mm-hmm. And their main idea and kind of focus was like, hey, let's make this way smaller. And I think that was like, I was excited about that. And I think that was a really good idea because like the map is like really small. And, it's been so long in an Assassin's Creed game since I felt like I could actually learn my way around. Like I would be somewhere and I would remember like, I'm here. The thing I need to get to is like over this way because the maps are like so gigantic. And even like Valhalla, like you're not going to find your way around in that world without like,
Valhalla. You're just going around all of England.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
It's technically a smaller map than Odyssey, but most of Odyssey's map is water. So there's definitely more in the Valhalla map than Odyssey was. And so yeah, those are like two of the biggest maps they've ever done. So it makes sense that a smaller map is more manageable and memorable.
And it's like really tiny because it's basically just like one city. And then there's like an outskirts kind of area that takes up like a big portion. And that's really empty. And there's not much out there. So like when you place like your waypoint from like one side to the other, it's the most it is like 1,000 meters.
Okay.
And in like the new Assassin's Creed game, you could have 4, 5, 6,000. You could place it on like a planet away. So that's how I'm like, that's kind of like the kind of a size comparison. And the thing I really liked, I liked that, and I really liked that this is basically like Assassin's Creed 1, because not only is it in like the same place and it's like closer to the same time, and you actually get to go back to that same like assassin hideout that's like the two towers from the first Assassin's Creed that Altair like works out of.
Yeah.
That was super cool. That's like seeing that in like 4K and like all this detail in HDR was like really amazing. And I was like, oh, this is basically almost like an Assassin's Creed 1 like remake or like the bones of it. And I could see them doing something with that. But then ultimately, like the longer I played this, the more I was like, oh, I don't want that. Like Assassin's Creed 1 is 20 years old and we have moved on from this. Because it's like they put you back in like the really tight confined city, which I don't mind. Like it's really great for the parkour, but it puts you so much back into you need to stealth, but the stealth isn't that great, or you have very limited options, and then you get detected and you just need to run away. And that was Assassin's Creed 1, a lot of it, like because you have like a really limited move set, and then the combat in this one I found very limiting because they push it full Dark Souls, where it's not that difficult as Dark Souls, but your light attacks do like nothing, and you just need to parry and get the instant kill. So it literally is like full, like you just dodge their on their red attack, then you wait for their parryable attack, you parry it, stab them, and then you just do that for like every combat encounter. And it's like the whole game ends up just like feeling the same and it's like short. So it's only like 8 hours, but it feels so samey and kind of like boring. And they have the same like gear and upgrading stuff that like the new ones like Odyssey and Valhalla have, but there's like 4 like armor sets to choose from. There's like 3 swords to choose from. There's like 3 daggers, and they're all like the same. It's just like a slightly different stat block and like what effect do you want? Like, do you want your poison to do more? But like it takes like most of the game to even like get poison. So it's like the skill trees and everything is like just like they scaled it all back, but so you have like no options, and it takes forever to get stuff, it feels like. Because it's like such a short campaign too. So by the time I was at the end of it and I had everything, I felt a lot better. But even the tools they gave me felt like not nearly as good as like Valhalla or like Odyssey. You know, if that makes sense. I feel like I got a little bit all over there, but that was kind of the general thoughts.
Oh, cool. Absolutely makes sense. Yeah, it's one I like. My relationship with Assassin's Creed is so wild because like I like Black Flag was the first one I played, and it really hooked me. And then I was like, okay, let me see what like the rest of the series is like. And I went back and like played from like the first one. Did not like the first game. Second game was like fine, but I did not like the combat for like the whole trilogy of 2. And then basically I got burnt out and ducked out of 3 pretty early and never ended up going back to it.
And the intro to 3 is real rough.
Yeah, that's like I never even got to playing as Connor in 3. What?
I'm no, it's fine. I am one of the apologists of Assassin's Creed 3.
I
like the whole game. I just think the intro is really rough. I don't know why you have to waste hours doing like bullshit. And then even when they get to Connor's a teenager. Yeah. Like I don't know. Like I get they're building the story. I just think they could have did it better.
I think if I hadn't been burnt out going in or like by 3. I think I would probably enjoy 3 more than like a lot of people do. But it was just like that being like the 5th Assassin's Creed game I was trying to play like in a flurry. And also Unity's in there at some point. And also I did not like Unity.
That's the worst one still.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, but like, you know, we have friends that work at Ubisoft and we're really singing the praises of Origins. So like that brought me back in, and like Origins I played and didn't finish, but I had like a fun enough time with. Odyssey I got into, I platinumed it. Valhalla I got into and platinumed it, despite like bugs trying to prevent me from platining both those games. But they were very much like, they were games that I played and platinumed because I didn't have anything else to do, and took forever to do. And so I kind of, very much burnt out by the huge maps of those 2. So like Mirage did seem like it would probably be more up my alley of like a more small self-contained thing. But I like, ultimately I was like, I don't really feel like going back to Assassin's Creed, because at the end of the day, like I don't like how combat feels in those games. And so with so many other more interesting things that were pulling me in different directions this year, I was like, I'm just going to go play those other things. Maybe I'll play Mirage, pick it up on a sale somewhere. You know, it's Ubisoft, so it'll probably be, half price in a month if it isn't already. And
The
just
price
kind
of
like,
the DLC, it probably should have been like $20 or whatever.
Yeah. Or, eventually it'll probably go to like a Game Pass kind of thing, or a PlayStation Plus Essentials or something like that. So I'll maybe hop in and check it out sometime down the line. But yeah, it just didn't draw me in this time. So, but good to hear that like it has elements that you liked, but it does kind of feel like DLC, and kind of has some of those like repeatable vibes. Makes sense.
It is also something I did fail to mention. It is also graphically very beautiful, though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like I know we would probably expect that anyways. I guess even just from like these modern next gen games, and even just like a Ubisoft game that has like this huge budget. But like I was consistently impressed by how amazing it looks, and like some of the effects, like this part of light and like particle effects of like sand, and then even like the cloth and like their physics and stuff. So like that's also what made me excited for like, oh, if they did an Assassin's Creed 1 remake, like it could be some, if they put like the full Assassin's Creed budget behind it, it could be something like really amazing.
Yeah, I'd be curious if they'd even bother trying to redo Assassin's Creed 1, or if they would just go straight to the 2 trilogy. Because I feel like everybody loves Ezio, and like, and that's very much became what Assassin's Creed became. So maybe it'd be like okay, here's like we've kind of remade the first one, but it's mostly a prologue for the it's like Assassin's Creed 2 Ezio's story kind of thing. Yeah, maybe. Cool. Any final thoughts on Assassin's Creed Mirage before we move on?
I also didn't love the story bits in it, for mainly like the ending, because they do some really interesting stuff with Basim in Valhalla. And so this, I can't get in, I don't want to like spoil a ton of it, but like they do some interesting stuff. And I wanted to see what like the continuation or the explanation for that is, even though this is like a prequel about him. And by the end, when they get to it, I just felt like they totally dropped the ball, where like, and I think part of it is because if this was the DLC for Valhalla, I think they would have tied it a lot more directly to what they did in Valhalla. But instead, they kind of pull back from that, and then like
it'd be like okay, now you're going back to England, and now there will be a scene with your Eivor and Basim to kind of like close the loop on this, or a mission or something like that, and it just doesn't have that.
Yeah. And there's literally not even like a mention or a reference or literally anything to Valhalla. It's just like they do their own like other thing. And then it's like, okay, I could see how that leads to Valhalla, but I don't understand why you couldn't just sit here and then like really tell me like this is how this connects to Valhalla.
Yeah. All right. Cool. Let's move over to Cameron's number 10. Cameron, hit me with your number 10.
My number 10 is Diablo 4.
Diablo 4. Excellent. Not on my list. Didn't even make an honorable
Same
mention.
here.
It's in the top 20, but it's like just barely in my top 20.
Oh, yeah. So it's not even on your list, Frank?
No, yeah, I didn't even play it. I did think about it, but by the time I would have got to around it, everybody had kind of soured a little bit on it from what I had heard because of like the season pass stuff, or the you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. The seasonal event stuff. Yeah, no, for me, it was, I actually stopped playing like when they're like, we're putting this out, and I just finished the game. I was like, I don't really want to really restart it with a new character. I'm good. I'm good with what I got. It's still my number 10 game of the year. I will say that I will have a very long write-up about it. I already have written it up. It's about a page, so I'm not going to like pull from there. I will say, as somebody who is just an enormous fan of Diablo lore and kind of its take on a very fun, kind of like neutral gray take to the ideas of and concepts of a heavenly host and heavenly existence and a hellish existence, and the idea of an internal conflict and what that means for people being caught in the middle of it. And kind of like this world of sanctuary and like all this lore. I talk about the Sin War trilogy in my write-up, which is the direct framing for everything happening in Diablo 4. And it's like, it should have been really great. And unfortunately, I will say, I don't think I wrote this in my write-up, so I'll say it here. Blizzard games have, in the modern telling, have gotten two really, really bad story tropes or motifs or like processes that they've been doing, which is one, they're really bad about making you feel like you're the hero of the story. They're really bad at that these days. World of Warcraft for years was like, our adventurers, and then at the very end of Wrath of the Lich King, it was just like they completely forgot that like your character is supposed to be like the heroes of the world, and all of a sudden these third party characters who aren't part of your overall arching story suddenly take like the leading role in all this stuff. Diablo 4 definitely had that as an issue, despite the fact that I think they tried to like push against it. I felt like there was a conflict between letting these other characters around you be the main focus, and then you yourself as your character. It felt like you were always there as like an audience, rather than as an active participant. And that just felt reinforced through all the cutscenes and through all the storytelling elements after Diablo 3, which really makes you feel like you are the main character, you are the driving force, you are the leader of your companions and your party as you're going through and dealing with the events of these end of days. Diablo 3 makes you feel like you are the crux of that story all the way through, from beginning to the end of all the DLC. Like, it makes you feel that way. And it felt like a real massive step back. Another thing that they do that's really, really bad is at the end of all of their stories now, like every single story, it's like, this bad guy wasn't really the big bad guy. He was trying to prepare everybody for the real bad guy. And that you have no idea, you can't possibly conceive all the awful things that are going to happen because this bad guy that you defeated didn't succeed in becoming an even bigger bad guy to stop that other bad guy force. I'm so over it. I'm so over it. I'm so over the mystery box of, and what's to come. I'm done with it. Like, I'm just done with that. Blizzard either needs to stop doing that, or I'm never playing a Blizzard like story game again. I'm just so done with it as a trope. I'm just done.
But it's your number 10 game of the year, so
it is my number 10
tell us why you like it.
Let me tell you why I like it. It is refining all the mechanics of Diablo into the best version of it. I think that it plays better than Diablo 3. I think that it has a wider spectrum of like, it doesn't have like the number of classes that other Diablo games have had, but I feel like each class brings something completely different with their toolkit and tool set. I think that it mechanically, it does a great job of being a shared open world, so that when you're doing these big events that are kind of difficult, it's not unlikely that somebody's going to roll up, see that you're in trouble, hop off their horse, come down and help you out and like clear that area out real quick. There's that aspect of it that I love from like Destiny 1, of like doing these big open world things and having people come do it, or like having a big open world boss like Guild Wars 2. Some of my favorite moments of playing Guild Wars 2 like a decade ago was these big open world bosses that you could take on. It's in World of Warcraft 2 or World of Warcraft as well, but not nearly like that was big in the vanilla game, way less in the later expansions. But the idea of like taking on like a world boss was a lot of fun. And like the kind of like everybody helping out, doing their thing to just like chip away at this boss until it clears and everybody gets awesome loot. Like, I love that aspect of the game. I think that mechanically their hybrid open world instant stuff was very smart and very cool, and a great way of making sure like things were balanced. So even if you had a higher level person joining like your group, it was not as like imbalanced as it could have been. Really enjoyed that aspect of it. Love the idea. I played Necromancer for like I tried the other classes, but Necromancer is really the one I stuck to. Unsurprising, it's my favorite in all of Diablo. It is like the way that you unlock and you can customize your skeleton warriors, or mages, or like skirmishers. Do I want them to be my shield guys? Oh, okay, I could have like shield guys. Okay, but now my mages. Do I want them to be frost? Do I want them to do like damage over time? And then like I have a golem. Do I want this massive flesh golem that just tanks the shit out of everything? Or do I want to have like a bone golem that does like a bunch of like damage as it gets damaged, it does damage back to the things, like it does like recoil damage. Like, what do I want to do and how do I want to customize it? And I think the aspect of all of that made it super worthwhile in playing through. It has a problem with loot still, that is somehow worse than the loot system in Diablo 3 was, with just like useless shit and limited bag space. But I really liked the ability to take if you really like this piece of gear, you can like continuously upgrade it and keep it on board. Also, they're like open skinned, like no matter what weapon you're using, you can reskin it to be like look like another weapon. And part of the joy of dismantling things was to get the skin, so you could just like skin whatever you want with it.
Yeah, they finally nailed transmog, which everybody wants, and they've had to like patch into everything after the fact. They finally nailed that like out the gate this time.
Yeah, out the gate, and it was just phenomenal. From the get go, from level 1, you get to like, or not level 1, but when you get to the main, like after the introductory chapter, it's immediately unlocked, and it's just awesome. Yeah. There's so much that's good about Diablo 4, and you can tell that a lot of people worked really, really hard to make a really, really great game. But it really fundamentally like is like thrown off by their season pass idea. There's something to, and this is what I'll say. There's something to that. If replaying the game, it was different than any other time that you played it. But even if you're playing a different class and the tool set is different, you don't go into encounters taking them on in any sort of different way. You just like, it's just run around, do damage, run around, do damage, run around, do damage. Avoid like red areas. It's disheartening to see like a lack of variety in a game when Diablo 3 didn't have a lot of variety to it either, but that game came out like a decade ago. Like there's 10 years of game development that went into this game, and you never thought, like, if you're going to make people replay this game over and over again, you're not going to bring any sort of variety to it. You're not going to even, like, build out a mode that's like a roguelike mode. Like, it's just really not, like, expecting people to still be wanting to play the same game over and over and over again when that hasn't been the thing. Like, people have advanced this style of playing this game this way in such massive ways, in such different branches, whether it's roguelite, whether it's, like, you know, randomizer drops or anything. Like, there's so many things that could do differently that you just didn't do. And that's why it's my number 10 game of the year. Between all my issues with the lore and the storytelling, and then my issues with kind of like the ability of replayability, I think if I had actually tried to do the seasonal stuff like Trevor did, it would probably be off my list.
Yeah, I mean, that's where I ended up falling, is like, the initial playthrough is like, it's fine. It's more Diablo. It's, you know, what I expected. I don't even remember what class I played in my first go around. But I did end up doing Necromancer in like the season 1 thing. And I got season 1 up to 100 in the like season pass. And that character ended up being like my more higher leveled character of the two. And like, yeah, the new thing they add in season 1 was like a few little extra story modes and like a new currency that you have to collect and like break down and do. And it was just like, this isn't fun. It was very much a podcast game kind of thing. And like, I don't care anything about the story and whatnot. And very often I was just kind of clicking skip on the cutscenes to get back to the combat stuff and paying very little attention to what was going on in the bigger story of things. So Cameron would be like going super deep on like, oh my God, this character did this, which means this kind of thing in the lore. I'm like, I don't remember that happening, but okay. And so, yeah, it very much became like I've played too much of this game that I'm actively hating it more. And like, yeah, I think my biggest gripes with the game are absolutely the like microtransaction-y bullshit of the Activision Blizzard stuff. The fact that like the season pass gives you 666 silver is like cute and fuck, but it gets you absolutely nothing from the actual store, and it doesn't even get you enough to like buy the next season pass. So it is just like they've done like the mathematics of like it. I remember there was like a Kotaku article that was basically like, they gave you mathematically the worst possible amount of like premium currency in the season pass so that you would need like 3 season passes to pay for one other season pass. And also like the gear that you get from the season pass is like significantly worse universally than like the stuff they throw in the like pay for money shop kind of thing. And so everybody's like, what the hell's the point of investing in the season pass? You don't make it worth anybody's while. And so, yeah, it was just a very frustrating experience. And I was like, yep, I put a bunch of time in it for like the couple months. Like it's in my like PlayStation rundown at the end of the year. It was like my most played game for 2 months. I think one of those ended up being like also the month I played Starfield, so it's not obviously tracked in PlayStation hours, but yeah, it was just like, yeah, I put a lot of time into it, but it ended up, being a very like I did not like my overall experience. So I think it's like number 19 in my overall end of the year list. And oh, fun, we've got somebody at the door.
You keep talking, I'll check out.
Cool. I will add kind of in that conversation that like a couple honorable mentions I didn't mention would be like God of War Ragnarok Valhalla and the Burning Shores DLC of Horizon. Both of those I loved infinitely more than Diablo and like a few of the other games on my list. I just didn't count them in Game of the Year terms, just because I didn't feel right counting like DLC. Similar to like Cameron put a bunch of time into Final Fantasy 14, but didn't really feel right counting it as a top 10 game of the year. So, yeah, makes sense on Diablo. So while Cameron is, I'm guessing it's like a package or something that we got delivered. Probably one of mine. Probably more Legos that I bought because I'm a crazy person. But we will dive into my number 10, which I've talked with Cameron about before. Oh, Cameron's back. Any final thoughts on Diablo, Cam, before we move on to my number 10?
No, we're good.
Okay, cool. Definitely throw your headphones back on so you can hear Frank when he talks. So my number 10 is Chia. This was
hell yeah.
Did you end up playing this one, Frank?
I didn't, but I have heard of it.
Okay. Yeah, this was like a PlayStation Plus game early at the beginning of the year, much like Stray was last year, I think. And it was like one of the first games I played, I think, first new games I played in 2023. And it's like, March. But I had a really good time with it. It's a pretty simple open world kind of game. Where you've got collectibles that you're kind of going after, but really the charm of this game is the story set in the like a fictional Pacific island, but very much based on the Pacific nation of New Caledonia, and the like mythology of the land and kind of the characteristics and traits of and the culture very much is like at the forefront of the story, and it's very much a story about like kind of like the big bad like camps that you take out are like factories that are polluting the land and stuff like that, and the enemies are basically like smog monsters that you're having to kind of take out and stuff like that. And there's also a cool little mechanic of the game called soul jumping where your character can kind of like take over, possess either a creature like a fish or a bird or little land creatures like little pigs and stuff on the island, or various objects on the island. Like you can take over like coconuts and launch a coconut at an enemy. The way I would take out a lot of like the big bad kind of monsters was teleport into a gas can, trigger it to explode, and then like it would take out and burn the enemies away and like kill them. Yeah, it was just a very cool little thing. Lovely heart and charm to the story. And it was one of those I don't think I mentioned it in like my write-up, but it's something that like has stuck with me because it was the first thing I've seen on the game side of things, but I've seen it pop up a couple more times throughout the year of a land acknowledgement. Very much kind of like at the forefront. They talk about, we recognize that we built this game on stolen ground of these people, and kind of like pays tribute to those, which I've seen in like theater shows I've gone to from some of the more progressive theaters that I frequent. But it was the first time I'd seen that kind of like acknowledgement in a game, and I was like, this is very cool for like DEAI kind of purposes, which I'm increasingly excited to see in the gaming space. Chia, my number 10 game of the year. Again, a very kind of by the numbers open world thing, but it's still a fun one with a lot of heart. The main character of Chia is very charming. The game's completely in like in a foreign language. I don't know if it is like legitimate New Caledonian or if it is like kind of a hybrid of like, well, no, I think it is like, because it's there's there were like hints of other languages in there. So it's very much like a real language, but it's, you know, completely subtitled. There isn't like an English kind of, you know, voice track or anything to it. So cool to just kind of like experience a whole story like focused on that kind of stuff. So yeah, had a good time with Chia. So that was my number 10 game of the year. Moving on to number 9. Frank, hit me with your number 9 game of the year.
My number 9 this year is going to be a Viewfinder.
Viewfinder, great,
Nice.
hit us. As I said, it was one of my honorable mentions, but yeah, tell us about your thoughts on Viewfinder.
This is another one I actually did really enjoy. Kind of one of these like first person puzzle games that messes a lot with like perspective. So like in past years we talked about like Maquette and like Superliminal and stuff like that. I didn't know this was like a genre of puzzle game that I enjoyed, but like they keep making more. So I'm like, this is specifically the kind of puzzle game that I think is fun. And this is a particularly interesting one where it deals a lot in like photography, pretty much, where you just kind of like take snapshots of photos and then you can kind of place them in the environment, and then it'll kind of affect the environment in a variety of different ways. Yeah. And they do some really cool stuff, I feel like, as you continue to progress through, where some of the puzzles are a little bit like brain breaking. Like sometimes I was like, what am I supposed to even do here? And like, I'm not always the best with puzzles. And sometimes, so I was like, but this one had some for me. But then there's some that I think are really cool too, where like you have to like take a photo and then like copy it like multiple times, and it like kind of degrades as you make like copies. And there's some where you like place a photo and then like walk into it and it's like a new place. And I think it does a lot with like really cool visuals and interesting ideas, but then also it doesn't particularly do anything like amazing or mind blowing that really where I was like, this is the next Portal, you know. It's like it's just a really cool puzzle game that has like some fun ideas.
Yeah, I was it's like I said, it's like my number 12. And to that point specifically, I love the puzzles of it, and I love like how mind-bendy and like how creative the puzzles are, but like the story that they kind of use to like, you know, like serve as like the instigating, you know, cause of why we're doing these puzzles and why we're exploring all these things. I was like, it feels like an afterthought to, we've got all these really cool puzzles. How can we stitch them together so it's not just puzzle, which is the thing that like Portal does really, really well, is like there is an ongoing story between you and GLaDOS in that game. And this didn't really have that kind of same level of stuff. I also, and I'm curious kind of your thoughts on this without getting into like spoilers, the final challenge of the game ended up being like one of my very favorite things, because it's like you're timed and you have to, you know, it's like a multi-phase, taking all the things you've learned in this game up to this point, and you can like approach it, and you can kind of like, if you grab the right picture, you take the right picture, you can like completely bypass parts of like the final challenge, doing things that, you know, you've done in other things. I wish there were so many more of those kinds of things scattered throughout. Totally. It wasn't just like one at the end. It was kind of one of my big takeaways. But I absolutely loved like the way they kind of like introduce a lot of concepts and then kind of like build upon them.
No, I actually totally agree with that, because when you say that, it even makes me feel like when you get to that point, you're like, this is the game, and then it's over. Yeah. And you're like, oh, you could have did like more with like this and like combining ideas instead of kind of like separating things, and then kind of like it all comes together at like the end, you know? Yeah.
Yeah. But I also still love like one of the levels pretty early on, I feel like, is like, okay, there's like a video game screen on there that you can like, you know, place into the world just like a picture, and it's got like little power-ups and stuff, and you go grab the power-up, and now you can jump higher and get the thing you need to get and stuff like that. But if you take a picture of that like screen and then do that like replicating thing, you plop that down, and then you take another picture, you plop that down, like you can grab like multiple jump power-ups, and you can just jump to the top of the skybox and, you know, and kind of like, I love how they do that. I love that there are like ways where you can just like, you can break the level basically, because you take a picture and you like, you know, plop it down over the end point of the level, and so suddenly you don't have an exit out of that level. But the game very much like expects you to do that. A, there's a trophy for doing that, and B, at any point in any of those levels, you basically can like rewind to like a trigger point of like, okay, you did something, so let's go back to that trigger, and you can kind of like restart from there. So okay, let's rewind back to before you placed that picture and broke the level. All right, now move forward with it. So I thought that was a cool thing. But yeah, it was definitely one of those like. I remember seeing that game or seeing like GIFs of that game on Twitter for years in the lead up to it and being like, this is really cool. How are they going to pull this off? And then they pull it off in like really fun, interesting ways. And again, in the puzzle design itself, some of my favorite things were like, is that what they want me to do? Let me try that. And it's like, yep, that's exactly what they wanted me to do. That's really cool. And like, you know, you don't have like somebody in your ear telling you try this or anything like that. It is very much like trial and error, and you're just kind of like, well, there are only so many like things in this level I can take a picture of and, you know, try and explore. And so let me try. It's, you know, some trial and error stuff. So yeah, lots of fun. Excellent.
It has those moments where I was like, they can't want me to do this, and it's just like, and then I'm like, oh, I guess that's the puzzle solution.
Yeah. Absolutely. Lots of fun in Viewfinder. Shout out to that one. Cool. Cam, hit me with your number 9.
My number 9 is Thirsty Suitors.
Thirsty Suitors. It is higher on my list.
All right,
so
we'll talk about it then.
We will chat about it later. Is that one you played,
I'm
Frank?
sad I didn't get around to playing that. Yeah, I definitely. That's one I do want to play though. The same. It seems like a really good one.
It's on Game Pass. It's definitely worth it.
Yeah, and much like the Cult of the Lamb conversation we were having, I think it is very much a Frank game.
Oh, it's super Frank game. It's a super Frank game.
It was one, as I was playing it, I was like, Cameron's really going to enjoy this. I can't wait for Cam to sit down and play it, and he did. He was like, "Oh, I love this," and yeah, I think it does a lot of that indie stuff that is right up your alley as well.
Yes, there's so much about it that makes it a Frank game that I'm just like, you are going to love it when you get to it.
Yeah. We will definitely chat about it a little bit later when it gets to my list. So my number 9, I know isn't on your list, Cam, but maybe it's on Frank's. Goodbye Volcano High. Did you play this one?
Yeah, I
Frank?
also didn't get to that one either. I had missed that came out this year, and then when looking at Game of the Year stuff, I saw it got a nomination, and I was like, that came out?
Yeah, it was very much like set out to die. Not set out to die, but like it came out like right after Baldur's Gate 3, so that was very much like sucking up all the game conversation space. But yeah, this was one of the first PS5 games we saw back when they did like the PlayStation 5 showcase originally in 2020, and like the vibes of it straight up my alley, and was very much looking forward to it. Like I look at this year. And I mentioned in my kind of honorable mentions, like Oxenfree 2, Stray Gods, and this were very much all of a similar narrative. Like you'll probably get more out of these games if you play them multiple times, make different choices, kind of thing. But I wasn't drawn enough to any of them to actually sit down and do that. And this one included, but like I liked this one the most of those 3. In part, I think because of it, like I was really drawn to its art style, which is very much like just 2D animation, but also like the characters and aesthetic. The vibe of this, for those that don't know, you play as a non-binary pterodactyl named Fang, who is going into their senior year, and they are super excited for an upcoming Battle of the Bands. Like the opening of the game is basically them playing a new song that they've like demoed and giving it off to, you know, the local like indie rock shop promoter that kind of runs the Battle of the Bands, and the rock promoter basically being like, all right, you got a spot. Which they've not gotten before, and so Fang is like super excited to take that to their bandmates and kind of explore that. But like also on the first day of school, news reports start coming out, and it's all like set in like a, you know, suburban kind of like modern day kind of thing, but you know, in the time of dinosaurs. And so on the first day of school, like people start getting weird cell phone reception issues, and like a news report basically breaks and says, hey, there's an asteroid coming to Earth and it may hit us and destroy us all, you know, at the end of the year. And so the rest of the game kind of becomes this like struggle with Fang trying to like celebrate their senior year and get like everybody on board for their band, but the band members themselves are getting drawn in different directions. One of them's, you know, found a different interest and is you know, far more excited about that and doesn't really care about the band as much, and that becomes like very apparent. And then like the other member is very much like, none of this matters, we're all gonna die, and like struggling with like that kind of mentality. But they're also like, their passion ends up being like they're also a DM in this game's version of Dungeons and Dragons. And so there are a few kind of chapters of the game where you go and do like a little Dungeons and Dragons story that he leads, and you're kind of like the new player at the table, and you kind of pick, okay, do we go here or do we go here? And that's going to change, you know, the D&D adventure. I don't remember what their D&D version was called, but yeah, it's a like beautiful story and lots of great, again, just great representation in the story, but told through, I read after the fact that like this game obviously announced the height of COVID and was very much reworked to kind of like reflect the experience that a lot of like high schoolers were having of graduating during COVID and you know, not being able to, you know, celebrate those kinds of like life achievements with their friends because the world was shut down. And so you very much kind of get a lot of that like struggle in the feel of all this. And it was just a very beautiful story that I really enjoyed, and lots of great characters told over the course of the story. The thing that didn't click with me as much is the rhythm game kind of aspect of it. Over the course of the game, you're playing a lot of songs as Fang. There are like a couple really cool ones. Like when you get to the Battle of the Band stuff, there is like this epic triumphant, like, oh no, the power goes out, but you still kind of like power through it and like win everybody over, and everybody goes nuts. And so there were some cool things there. And like once I figured out what I need to be doing in the game, it became far more manageable. But like it wasn't the most intuitive, and yeah, it was a weaker on like the rhythm game elements of it that just didn't really click for me. And also I just struggle with those in a narrative game. And I ran into this with like Stray Gods 2. And in Stray Gods, you're just kind of like picking the lyrics of the next part of the song, a la, you know, a Telltale-esque game. In this, I wasn't able to focus on like the songs themselves because I was too focused on, okay, I got to hit circle at this time, I got to hit triangle at this time. So like I'm completely missing these like really emotional songs, and it just kind of ended up being like frustrating because I felt like I would have enjoyed those moments better if I didn't have to play them, if that makes sense. So, but yeah, overall, Goodbye Volcano High, really great. Really sad that, yeah, it kind of like got so much of like an early showcase and then kind of got like forgotten about later on by PlayStation. Like obviously they've had like a YouTube video that, you know, promoted it's out now kind of stuff, but yeah, it didn't get like any more particular top billing in any of their, you know, follow-up showcases or anything like that. So but it was really good, and I definitely recommend it to people that like those kinds of like choose your own adventure, you know, narrative story games, and especially, you know, cool one about anthropomorphic dinosaurs feeling the, you know, the stresses of the world's about to end. Maybe what do we do? I won't say you know, whether or not the world does end, but it was a like. It's cool that throughout the game they leave it ambiguous, and the news reports are constantly like, it may not hit us, so it could, you know, take place in an alternate world where the asteroid comes by real close and then doesn't hit, or, you know, it does, and, you know, the rest of the world, you know, dies as well. As I think they kind of play with in The Good Dinosaur, where like the beginning of The Good Dinosaur is the asteroids, you know, coming to Earth and then just misses, and so like the dinosaurs continue to evolve and become like agrarian people and stuff like that. So it kind of plays with maybe that could happen in this case, and you're just seeing like an alternate history. But yeah, good. It's a fun, especially I think you would really enjoy this, Frank. Going back to when you and I did the episode of dinosaurs for that D+ show.
Yeah, that's what came to mind.
It's very much like that kind of spirit of like, yeah, it's you know, dinosaurs just kind of out there living their lives. in being in a punk band in high school and stuff like that. And yeah, lots of fun on this one. So go check out Goodbye Volcano High if any of that sounds interesting to you. All right, let's move over to our number 8s. Frank, hit me with your number 8 game of the year.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun one because this ended up being my number 8 because I'm not super deep into it, but RoboCop is my number 8.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. What is that? Like RoboCop, like Rogue City or something like that? What's the?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm
pretty sure it is Rogue City.
I've heard nothing but really awesome things about that game. Like, don't have high expectations for it, but like I've heard just like it is the definitive RoboCop experience.
Yeah, I've heard it's like the perfect swimming in sevens kind of thing, and if you like RoboCop, it's going to be the perfect version of that for you
because they capture everything that's like. I think one of the things somebody said is everything that the RoboCop remake got wrong, the RoboCop game gets right. About like it's like people who watch RoboCop and don't realize that it's actually like a scathing critique of police and like the ideas of false sense of security and capitalism and the ruling class and how police exist as an institution to protect them and insulate them from the actual people, and they use crime as an excuse to like subjugate the masses. And I'm just like, oh, cool. And then they're like, and that's this game. I'm like, that sounds awesome.
All right. Well, neither of us played it, so you tell us what it's about. What it's really about, Frank.
No, that's like pretty much what you guys are saying is because it is just like it is this game that is totally like a small scope, really kind of like I don't want to say like lower budget, but it's like you get that kind of like B tier, like smaller AA kind of like feel. But everything they go for, they totally nail because it's like it's RoboCop, and they clearly made by people who love RoboCop, and it has all this attention to detail for things that like I didn't even notice, but like people talk about how like when you leave the police station, the car sparks on the way out, like it hits the ground just like it does in the movie. Like they literally like must have watched the movie just like over and over and over again, and they're like, this needs to be exactly like this. And the voice acting is like dead on. Like he just feels like RoboCop. He talks like RoboCop. You get to make like decisions like when you have like a guy that's like you've busted for like a crime, and then he gives you some like excuse where he's like, no, I was just doing it because of whatever, and then you can like give him like let him off easy, or you can like really like hit him with like the book of like, yeah, no, you're going to jail, and you send him to jail, and you're like, sorry, citizen, like you have broken the rules. Like he's just so dead on for like being this robotic like RoboCop, and the characters you interact with are also just ludicrous. Like they're all these like punk street teens with like mohawks and like piercings and everything, and the world is like the map is like really tiny already, and I already feel like I've already seen all of it even in like a few hours, but it's really just like this map of Detroit where it's like the reverse of GTA since you're a cop, where you have this small map and they're like, there's a crime over there, you need to go fix it. And you just like drive up, and then you're doing like a drug bust. But the way RoboCop does a drug bust is he's going to come kick in the door and just shoot everyone there. So that's like the most fun part is the physics in this game are actually like really impressive especially for like how the rest of it feels. Like when you shoot through a wall and it's just leaving holes in the wall, and like there's the parts where you're in like in the first mission is like an office building, and like when you shoot the water cooler, it just like explodes and water goes like everywhere. And when you shoot people, they just explode like they're like water balloons. And like the best way I heard it described was like when you play like Resident Evil, there's this character like Mr. X that's just like walking slowly through the halls and like ripping people apart. And in this game, you play Mr. X. Like you just walk through the halls, you just rip apart everyone. No one can do anything to you. And like I find that very fun. Like I feel like they really nailed what it was to be like RoboCop. And when it lets me make those decisions, I play it very straight like RoboCop, where he's like very just like by the books and is like not taking any shit from anyone. And it's still funny how like in the office building part, like you can literally just like you're on like you're going like floor to floor to floor, like the raid, just like clearing people out, and you can just like walk up to someone and pick them up and throw them out the window. Like, and they'll just fall, like, and you can hear them yell as they like fly down there. And like I think it's just fun when you can just like when games give you like that level of power to just be like ridiculous and be like a monster, and there's like no that could be boring for some people, I guess, because like so far I have not been presented with any challenge on anything. I'm not even like a boss really. It's more just like all these like kind of same like punk enemies, and you just kind of go and tear through them. But I'm excited to see like where it goes, and part of the reason I put it so low is because I feel like it's already shown me everything in like the first 3 hours, and it is not gonna alter from what it is. But I also don't hate that, because what they did was fun and it's really amazing, and like I think it's a fun time to like sit down with and like play around with.
Very nice. Very cool. Yeah, it's definitely one I have no real affinity for RoboCop. I don't think I've ever seen the movie.
It's so good.
Like apart from, clips here and there and stuff like that. And I know the general gist of the movie, but yeah,
you know the famous meme, the internet meme, right?
I might.
RoboCop shot his dick off.
Yeah, RoboCop shoots. RoboCop shoots somebody's dick off.
Yeah.
Also,
you can do that in the game.
Yeah, so I was going to ask you if you can do that in the game. Also, does it ever do the commercial of like, I'd buy that for $1?
I haven't seen that, but I wouldn't. That's got to be like an Easter egg somewhere.
Because it's such a that movie is so goddamn good, and I'm so happy to hear like that game is like, yeah, it's a 7, but it's like it's the definitive RoboCop experience. Most of what I'm saying about it is like I follow Rahul Cooley on Instagram, and he talked a lot about that game, and so
yeah. Very cool. I'm glad you're having a fun time with it, and I'm glad it gives you that like RoboCop power fantasy of just being an indestructible RoboCop. Cool. Cameron, hit me with your number 8.
My number 8 is Hi-Fi Rush.
Hi-Fi Rush.
Oh, hell yeah.
Well, you play that one, Cam or Frank?
I also didn't get around to that one, but that's definitely one I think would have made my list. Like that seems like it's very much up my alley.
It is 100% up your alley. I'm going to let you know. I thought it might be higher up on your list if you played it, but Hi-Fi Rush it's a game that came out of nowhere at the beginning of this year, literally stealth dropped from an Xbox showcase, and it is one of the best games of this year. Obviously, it's on my top 10 list, but it is a tremendous experience of combining rhythm, like the actions of like keeping on the beat while you do when you're playing a rhythm game, but in an action game setup. And so you are on an island that this billionaire corporation is basically like, come here and like live in this futuristic society, like a la Elon Musk, like come to Mars.
Bioshock.
Like a Bioshock Andrew Ryan type thing. Yeah. And you show up and you play this like massive himbo who is just like my occupation, rock star. I remember seeing like the meme at the beginning. It was basically like him as Fry from Futurama. Absolutely. That's like that's the vibe they're going for. He is this like, and he basically ends up in an error, like causing like an error with the like robotic upgrade situation where he's like a defect, and then that's like how the game launches, like you're being attacked for being a defect, but you have like technically the job you're given is a trash picker upper, because that's all he's worth in this society, and he uses the electromagnetic trash picker upper to basically make a guitar like club, and that's what you use to just like absolutely wreck shop, and you go through this entire adventure of upending this hyper-capitalistic society that's developing and like revealing like a lot of truth behind the corporation and everything. It has some extremely fun and awesome characters, just tremendous amounts of fun. A great mascot in, I believe it's 303 is its name. It's either 303 or 404. But it's the cat. It's super cute. And it really is a story about family and friendship and found family and legacy, and about like the good and how something that has good intentions can then be twisted by people later on to become something very nefarious and very upsetting and dark. And it's truly awesome. One of my favorite games of this year. It came out of nowhere for so many people, and it is a truly fantastic game. I really can't wait to see what the folks behind it. They're a Bethesda-owned studio, Or it's
it's the Evil Within team, right?
Yeah, it's the Evil Within team. Yeah. Or it's like a side project that they did because they also did
Ghostwire Tokyo.
Yeah, Ghostwire
it's the
Tokyo.
Tango Gameworks team, right?
Yeah, it's the same team, but this is like a side project that one of the guys was like heading up, and it's a truly incredible game, really special, and I like highly suggest it for everybody, but especially for you, Frank. This is 100% up your alley. Tremendous game.
Yeah, I played like through the first boss fight of it, and enjoyed like the style of it. It's also like a Devil May Cry like in that like you're chasing high scores on these things, and the way to get the high score is to attack like on the rhythm because you're like tapped into the heartbeat of the world, and so everything is happening on rhythm, and you can certainly like choose not to do that. And I remember Cam like getting frustrated at times because like he wasn't getting a high score as he thought, and I was like, well, are you like attacking on the beat like the game wants you to? He's like, no, I was just bashing people through. I'm like, well, that's probably why you're not getting the high score, because you're not getting the points maximized for hitting on the beats.
Yeah,
and sure enough, once he went back and did that, he was getting a lot higher scores. It's almost like the game wants you to do that.
Yeah, no, it for somebody who's like a big action game guy, it was a pretty steep learning curve.
Yeah,
because normally an action game wants you to just keep going and like keep that hit going to get the combo going, not like wait for a beat. But like, I think that's cool.
And that's, I mean, it still is that, but like,
yeah,
the combo has to happen on the beat.
Yeah,
and not like in the dead space in between the the downbeats and stuff.
Yep.
But I enjoyed it for the little bit of I played with it, but it just didn't grab me in that way. And I think part of that is like, for me, rhythm games often don't click, and it's weird because I was a drummer for many years, and I don't know if it's just like that. There's inherently some kind of like disconnect between like when I want to hit the downbeat and when, the split second later when the game is registering that I hit the downbeat or whatever it is. But yeah, for me, that just like the timing wasn't right, and I don't have the patience to go into like the settings and like reconfigure and like adjust the stuff. So yeah, there you go. Any final thoughts on Hi-Fi Rush there, Frank, Cameron?
Yeah. More games with more himbos, please.
Sure.
It's a good time.
I have one on my list later.
Hells to the yeah.
So despite what I just said, my number 8 is Theater Rhythm Final Bar line. And that's largely like I still have all of those struggles with that rhythm game, but they were couched in Final Fantasy music and
exactly
of just the best video game music of like, all time across all of the Final Fantasies pretty much. So I just like that came out at the beginning of the year. Cameron and I went and saw like the Final Fantasy Distant Worlds concert here in town at the beginning of the year. And like all of it was just like a perfect, like, I'm just bathed in Final Fantasy music. Like I played it like right before the Pixel remasters that I played over the course of the year. So I was like just getting to enjoy all of that classic Final Fantasy music and stuff. I want to say I played through like almost all of like the main game levels, like the exception being like 14 that has like 34 tracks in it compared to like most games have like 8. But 14 just has so many. I was like, all right, I got to the 5th one in that and was like, okay, I'm gonna bounce off to another game so I can feel like a little bit more like completion and progression stuff. It also does that, like, as I said, kind of in the rhythm game stuff of Goodbye Volcano High. I did find myself struggling with the theater rhythm games, going all the way back to the 3DS ones that kind of started it, are like rhythm game, but then there's also like combat that's happening, and you're like your party is like attacking based on like how well you're doing in the rhythm stuff or what like you've equipped them with and stuff like that. And because I'm so focused on like the metronome thing scrolling across and making sure I hit as close to the beat as I can, I completely miss whatever's happening like on the screen with all that stuff. And so it's like when there's a challenge, it's like take out 3 bosses. I have no idea until the end of the thing if I actually did that or not, because I completely lose track of like what is actually going on in that little like part of the game. But all that aside, like, you gave me a game that had a bajillion Final Fantasy songs over the 30-year history of the franchise. I had a blast of a time with it. The game comes with a lot of like specially like reorchestrated kind of versions of the songs. One of the like knocks for it is that some iconic songs like To Xanarkand kind of from Final Fantasy X get like locked behind like deluxe edition DLC and stuff like that. But there's easily plenty of stuff in the main game to more than make up for that. And if you are missing your favorite song, it's most likely out there in some DLC form. And just as a like continuation, it's been cool. I haven't bothered picking any of them up, but it's cool that like they've continued to kind of like support the game over the course of the year with like extra little DLC packs from various other like Square Enix like franchises and stuff. Like Live Alive has like a DLC pack if you really love some of the Live Alive music. You can pick that up, or Secret of Mana and stuff like that. I don't think they've done a Kingdom Hearts one because I imagine there will just be a fully there already is a fully standalone Kingdom Hearts theater rhythm game, I believe. So so they didn't bother with that, but yeah, it's just a love letter to Final Fantasy music, which is absolutely right up my alley. So it managed to break the theater or the rhythm game curse for me and make its way into my top 10 there at number 8. Cool. Frank, hit me with your number 7 game of the year.
My number 7 is Like a Dragon Ishin. This is the feudal Japan one.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I picked it up like early in the year and just never got around to it. Tell us about Ishin.
This is a really interesting one because I was really excited for this because even before they announced they were going to bring it over to the West, and even before when I was kind of like, even before maybe I played any of the Yakuzas, I was excited because like I knew I had heard of there was one in feudal Japan, but it never came out here. And I was like, man, I really want to play it. So when they're like, hey, we're localizing it and we're kind of bringing it over, I was really excited. But by the time you get to the end of it, I'm like, it's definitely not one of the strongest Yakuzas. And especially since it's like a spin-off, it's like one that have no problem being like, yeah, everybody can kind of just like skip it. Like, unless you're like a diehard Yakuza person. But saying that, it's not bad. It's still a really good game. Like, it's a Yakuza game, so it hits on like every level. It's just as somebody who has literally played them all, it's like, oh, this one's like okay, and it doesn't do anything. The feudal Japan part and some of the things they do with that, and the best thing that they do that I love is they remix all the characters. So people like it's like seeing all your favorite characters from the whole series all interacting in one game, and people that were enemies are now friends, people that were bad guys are good guys, people that were good guys are bad guys. Like, they recast like all the roles. So the only people who really act the same are like Kiryu and Majima, and they act like identical and they don't act like any different. And then other people act like completely different. They're even like, some people play it like they're totally different characters. And I really enjoyed that aspect of it. And they did a good job in this kind of like localization where they updated some of the characters to be the characters from 7, like originally, because this game came out in 2014 originally. So it was some of the characters from 5 that like people care less about. So it was cool to see some of the more recent people from 7 kind of brought into this. And I think they're better and like more interesting characters. And it's kind of it is the best thing of like just seeing all the Yakuza characters, in one gang together. Cause it's like they're one gang of like, what is not called the Yakuza, but they're like the Shinsengumi or something like that. And they wear like these blue, like kind of like outfits all together. But ultimately it ends up being like not the best, especially even with the combat is like fine. The different styles they give you are okay. And a lot of them, it puts more of an emphasis on weaponry. And I've never liked the weapons in Yakuza. I've always preferred the hand-to-hand combat. And then they also, in this version, they give you like a card system where you can equip cards onto your character, and then like the powerful ones are literally just like a Kamehameha. Like you literally do like beam attacks and spear, and it's not explained or at all. Like this wasn't in the original version. They added this for this like a Dragon Ishin version. You have the option to turn it off because if like for the people that they're like, hey, if you just want a more traditional Yakuza experience, I left it on because although I didn't like that system and I think it's kind of dumb, they're really, really powerful and you just kind of melt people. And I didn't feel like handicapping myself.
Yeah.
So I just kind of like left it on.
And they like the card system is like I want to say like the construction stuff from like Kiwami 2, right? Where it's like Kenny Omega is a card, as I understand it. So yeah,
Rahul Kohli is a card.
Nice. So
a lot of awesome people are cards in that game.
Very nice.
Yeah. And like there's Yakuza like YouTubers and like peep streamers and like people that are like notable for being like fans of the series. And then there's like Rahul and like Kenny Omega and like then there's like the Yakuza characters who people like aren't even in this game because like I don't think Daigo's in Ishin at all, but he has a card. And so it's like that's cool. And then some of them are like you pop that card and it heals you like all the way. And some of them are like, oh, you'll do more damage. And I pretty much just used the attack ones where I do like Kamehamehas and crazy shit. And yeah, like it really they are all OP, like especially the really strong ones. Cause I had the pack that like is DLC or whatever. That's like Rahul, Kenny, some VTuber and like a Yakuza streamer. And all of theirs are like gold S tier or whatever. And they're all, so from the beginning of the game, I just had like every crazy power. And like, I don't love that system, but I was like, yeah, I didn't want to like,
I'm going to use it
myself because it's so powerful. Yeah. Right. Like, what am I going to do? Like, especially when you're fighting a boss and you just Kamehameha into them and I watch their health bar just like deplete. Yeah, but that's the thing is like even the worst Yakuza game is still like an 8 or a 9. Like so even though this is like on the lower tier for me, if I was like ranking them, this is still like a great video game. And if this was the only Yakuza someone had played, I think they would love it. I just am like, as someone who played all of them, there's not a particular reason to play this one. Last thing, I feel like I went on for a bit, but the last thing I don't want to give a shout out to is they do give you a house and it becomes like a Stardew Valley light farming sim, like life sim. Best part of the whole game. They definitely need to do that again. That was the thing that I got addicted to.
You've seen Infinite Wealth has basically like an Animal Crossing in it, right?
Yeah, I've seen that. I'm so excited for Infinite Wealth.
Yeah.
Like you have no idea.
Yeah, it's like the first big game of this year that I'm excited to jump into. As somebody who's only played Kiwami 1 and 2 and 0 and then jumped ahead to Yakuza Like a Dragon.
You're playing all the good ones. You're playing the best ones.
Yeah,
those are all the best ones.
I skipped 3 through 6. And
6 was really good.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm very much looking forward to Infinite Wealth here at the end of the month. And yeah, the fact that like the last trailer they showed off was just like, here's Dundaku Island, and it's just Animal Crossing. I'm like, this is great. I can't like, as somebody who of the ones I've gotten into, like super gets into like the big, side quest mini game of whether it was like the corporate, growth of the last one, the real estate stuff, the like running the club in 0 and 2, I think. Good. Like super getting into those kinds of things. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna pour so much stupid time, especially as somebody who put 400 hours into Animal Crossing during the pandemic. Yeah, absolutely, I'm gonna waste a bunch of time there. So yes, looking forward to that. But cool to hear that Ishin, while not the best Yakuza, still has like a lot of fun stuff in it. And I'll have to eventually unpack my copy and load it up and check it out myself. Cameron, hit us with your number 7 game of the year.
I anticipate this will be higher up on your guys' lists, but my number 7 is Star Wars Jedi Survivor.
It is higher. It's
higher on mine.
Yep.
Okay. Cool.
So yes, we will talk about it in a little bit.
Figured.
So mine here, similarly, maybe higher on other people's lists. My number 7, Legend of Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom.
It's higher on mine.
All right. Then we will jump ahead to our number 6s and throw it right back over to you, Frank. What's your number 6 game of the year?
So I didn't intend to have these like stacked together, but after moving some stuff around, it's just kind of how it shaked out. Mm-hmm. But my number 6 is Like a Dragon, The Man Who Erased His Name.
There you go. All right. Well, I'll let you and Cam gush about this one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Frank.
Go ahead,
You
Tim.
actually you played it enough to actually have it on your list. I didn't. So, go ahead.
I really like. I love the Yakuza series, and like I said, I've played them all. And this is another one that like doesn't hit like the highs of like 0 or 1 or 7, and like, but it's still, again, it's like really good. Like they don't miss. Like the Yakuza studio just like never misses. And this is another thing that I felt like has similar problems to Assassin's Creed Mirage, where this was supposed to be DLC for 7, and then they broke it out into being like a standalone thing. Because this is what explains what Kiryu is doing between 6 and 8. And then he has and then it kind of just bridges the gap. And like I think they do it way better than like Assassin's Creed does it. It's just this still comes off like DLC sometimes, even though it is a really big, meaty, like way meatier than Assassin's Creed is. But it's because they already have all the Yakuza stuff. Like it's already all the Yakuza stuff that you already know and love. And then it's just this another kind of story bridging the gap. And I think the combat's really good. They turn Kiryu into like a James Bond kind of agent in this one, which is an interesting choice. And then all of the combat in this, like I was complaining about how Ishin mainly uses weapons. He has like gadgets, like jet boots and like a watch that like ties people up and shit. And like, it's interesting ideas, but again, not my favorite combat system that we've had in one of these. And I really do prefer the more straight up, just like hand to hand with some random weapons and guns and shit. And then the story, ultimately, I think I really liked it, and I liked it a lot more than Ishin. But it's another one that I'm like, I don't even think even though it bridges the gap, you could totally just play 7 and 8, and I bet you won't even really be missing anything. Like, and they also played it a little bit more like comedy in this story, I felt like, than they typically do. Because normally the mainline stories are very dramatic, and then like the side stuff is very funny, and I love that balance. And in this, the like main story, even when they get dramatic, came off as like cute comedy to me sometimes. And I don't know if that was even intentional, because they do this thing with Kiryu where he's like adopted a new name, but so many of the people he interacts with just know that this is Kiryu, and he won't let it go. Like he is so like, people will say to him like, there's a whole conversation where someone's like, hey, okay, so if we could get Kiryu to do this thing and whatever, we can bring these groups together and we can do whatever and blah, like it'll solve all our problems. And he's just sitting there dead faced and he's like, yes, that would be great. Where are we going to find Kiryu? And then this guy is just like looking at him like dead in the face.
I know
like,
that scene. I know that scene. It's earlier in the game. It straight up happens. Yeah. And he goes, yeah, that'd be great. Except my name's Soryu. I don't know Kiryu. Yeah. And this is right after I had done a shogi, like I ran into a shogi thing, and Kiryu registers, oh no, it was billiards. Kiryu registers his billiards name under Kiryu. And right after I did that, I went to this cutscene and he said, but I'm Soryu. And I'm like, Kiryu, you can't just be like totally chill, like making sure that people know that they can't beat you at billiards. Like that's a new score. It's a new shop. It just got put up. It's new board, like new leaderboards. You can't just have your name pop up there and just like be chill about, and then go to like a meeting with somebody about like something that's extremely serious and that has like, you're trying to like save somebody's life. Their life is on the line, and you're just like, unfortunately, I'm not Kiryu. I'm sorry. I don't know where we're gonna find Kiryu.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're having this complaint in a series where you can face the ultimate betrayal with somebody that you just sang karaoke with wildly.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. No, that's
the Yakuza world.
Yeah, it's the Yakuza world. It's so like, I love that aspect of it too, because he's like the guy's like, you know, you could do this, we could do this, and then like you could just go back to being Kiryu. And like you could go back to like doing that life, like you wouldn't have to worry about it. And Kiryu's just like, no, like Kiryu has gotten to a point where like he's sacrificed his life already, and the life he could have, and the happiness he could have, for the sake of safety and anonymity. And all that happens is people who know who he is keep fucking with that. And that's it.
That's his whole life.
It's his whole life.
Who he is fucking with.
Yeah, fucking with him. Because he's the biggest badass in like Yakuza history, and
he's undefeated.
He's undefeated, and all they want to do is just like fuck with him, and it won't ever stop. That's one of the reasons he like quote unquote dies in 6. Is that I got to a point where all of a sudden it's like, hey, here's like a bunch of like fetch quest, side quest things for you to do before you go to this area. And I'm like, I am not interested in that. That's where I fell off. I fell off during like the kind of like open mission area.
When it finally kind of lets you out and it's just like, go have fun.
Yeah, go have fun and stuff. And I was like, I wasn't really looking for that as part of my game. I want to have like a more streamlined. I was hoping because this is a Gaiden, because it's a side story, because it's smaller, and I was hoping to be smaller in scope and more streamlined to allow me to kind of like get through, because I was not in a place where I wanted a full Yakuza experience right now. If I wanted that, I'd actually play 7 for the first time. I have not played 7 yet.
You need to play that one.
I know.
That one's real good. I have the platinum in 7. Yay.
Yeah, I have it. I own it.
I'm one trophy short.
Yeah, I know it's great. You literally put over 100 hours into it. I know it's great. I just haven't gotten around to it. And because I'm not wanting to have a full Yakuza experience right now. And especially towards the end of the year when I want to like get through some games to know like where my list is at. Them saying all of a sudden, hey, here's a bunch of stuff after I've really been digging kind of like a main streamlined story with Soryu. You know, we use people's preferred names on this podcast. Not the intention of that, but anyway, jokes aside, I just think that there is something very special about this franchise still. I think that it leans a little bit into the kind of comedic side of things, because I think that's where the series and franchise is now. They've kind of left the melodrama of Kiryu and I think reintroducing Kiryu, who's a melodramatic character, into a more comedic world that you get with like a dragon. That I think that disconnect you're talking about, Frank, I think would continue the more you see Kiryu, because Kiryu is not going to change for the world that he's in.
I mean, like Ichiban is plenty melodramatic in Like a Dragon.
I'm going off of like what people have said about like how it's story is less about melodrama and more about comedy.
I mean, it's the same. Like the things I knew about Yakuza before playing any Yakuza stuff were the memes of like beating people with a cone and the karaoke and stuff like that. Those are the like that's what breaks out to like mainstream or TikTok videos or whatever is you're gonna see out there. And it is like, oh, like that wildness juxtaposed with like the serious stuff in the cutscenes and stuff. And yeah, Ichiban certainly like does strike me in the grand scheme of things as a more lighthearted character than Kiryu, but he still is going like his story is still like plenty tragic and dramatic and stuff like that.
I'm coming from a very ignorant place on that, so I apologize, but I'm happy to hear that. I will also say something I didn't need in this game because it always sidetracks me is the hostess clubs. I'm very that is I spend a lot of time doing those because now they're they're live action interactions, and also one of them is like a straight up VTuber. And
that's cool. I didn't know that.
Kason is a VTuber, and she got a card for Ishin, and then she announced that she was she is the one who speaks pretty good English and also is into video games and stuff. Hostess. Obviously, I put a lot of time into it.
I barely ever spend time in there. I like managing the host club when they let you do that, but when in all of them, when you can go do the dating sim, talk to them, I do it for the trophy and then I bounce out and I never go back.
There's something about in previous games, there's usually something interesting happening around it.
They tell interesting stories.
Yeah, they tell interesting stories. Yeah. One of my favorite ones was talking literally, and it's about beauty standards for women. Because this one hostess was my sister's I'm sending money, I'm frustrated with my parents because I've been sending them money to help support them, but they're giving a bunch of money to my sister so she can get a nose job. And I'm that's such a weird story, but as it goes through, it's appreciating who you are and you're the body that you're born with, but also understanding that plastic surgery could help certain people and helps people feel more confident. And it's about her helping her kind of get over her frustration of she thought she was sending money to help her parents, but that money's been going to her sister's plastic surgery, but then it like there's some depth to it that it gets into, and it's just a small minor story, but it has heart to it. And to me, another one of the dating ones it wasn't necessarily a dating one in Yakuza Kiwami, but it was kind of set up as like a pseudo side quest one as well, which was going through the old spots of Yakuza 0. But what was interesting is it was like an educational lesson in the economic collapse in the 90s of Japan's economy. Like they were in a heyday that they thought would last forever through the 80s through the 90s. And then I think it was like 1995 or 1996, they had an economic collapse. And it was just like, and all of a sudden all this money like evaporated out of their economy. And Kiryu was just like talking about that. And I'm like, this is fascinating and awesome and interesting. I'm like, this is something this series does so well. Something that they did in this game that I thought was really cool is there's a section where you find out that homeless people receive benefits from the government. And what's been happening is a group of Yakuza have told homeless people, hey, I can take you to a place where you can live. And what they've been doing is they've been shoving a whole bunch of them into these cheap ass apartment complexes and shoving them 10 to 20 into a room and then collecting their checks. And Kiryu busts down a door, and he Kiryu, who's been through so much and seen so much, visibly has disgust from just the smell of the room. Because it's in such poor conditions. They don't show you because it's a Yakuza game and they're not going to invest those assets into it. But it's made very clear that these people have been being taken advantage of. And it harkens back to kind of the story of the homelessness in previous Yakuza games. Mm-hmm. And how these are people
again, like a dragon, when you when the game kind of opens up proper, you start out in a homeless camp as Ichiban, basically. And that's where one of your allies it basically joins your party and stuff. Yeah.
Oh, and then they tie that into this game where Kiryu ends up going to the same camp, and then there's there's a line where they're like, "Oh, that guy has a guy who got shot in his tent," and so he's there at the same time. It's just they're they do that a few times where it lines up, but it's like ships crossing where they don't meet each other, but they're just in the same place doing something.
Yeah. There's something really awesome about the way that Yakuza talks about societal issues inside of just their game side quests
in wild and wacky games.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Any final thoughts there from you, Frank, on a man who erased his name?
I think that was pretty much it. Yeah, I'm super excited for Infinite Wealth and seeing everything they're going to do with that. And I can't believe this Yakuza studio is so wild that they do so many of these ports and remasters and new games and localizations and DLC. And I'm and they're all good. Mm-hmm. They don't put out anything that's bad. So I'm super impressed with that studio at all times.
There you go. All right, Cam, hit us with your number 6 game of the year.
I think this will be higher up on your guys' list as well. Spider-Man 2.
It is indeed.
I have it on
mine. Cool. And then I think based on what you said, Frank, my number 6 is Star Wars Jedi Survivor, but I think you said you still have it higher.
Yeah, I still have it a little bit higher.
Okay, then we will circle back around to that later. So number 5, Frank, what's your number 5 game of the year?
Yeah, so my number 5 ended up being Dave the Diver.
That famously indie game.
Yeah, exactly, right. Do you guys have it on any of your lists? Did you guys play this one?
Didn't play it, no.
Yeah, so this was one that kind of came out of nowhere for me because I didn't know much about it, but I just saw a bunch of people were playing it, and a streamer I follow was playing it a lot and beat the whole game. But this is it's a really fun little small game that ends up being a little kind of deep too because they just keep adding new systems as you progress throughout it. Where it starts off very much where you're just fishing. And love fishing, good fishing in a game, but this is interesting where since it's Dave the Diver, you are doing that thing where you're diving in the water, and then they give you a spear gun or whatever, and you eventually can get other weapons and even a rocket launcher and ridiculous shit. But you kind of have your spear gun at first, and you're yo, and you catch fish, and then there's then it kind of just goes from there where eventually it's you get this restaurant and you're catching fish and you're bringing it back, and there's a sushi chef who will make the fish at the restaurant. So then you get this diner dash component where you have the restaurant that you're like upgrading and getting stuff for, and then you're meeting characters and they'll give you missions of like things they want, and then you're diving back in the water and like exploring these underwater levels and like caverns, and then eventually you just keep meeting more people where there's like mermaids underwater and stuff. There's like a whole Atlantis type thing going on down there, and it just keeps going and going and going. And then eventually you even get your own farm, and you get to like, then they bring in like that Stardew Valley aspect where you're like, like more life sim, where you're like planting and getting stuff from the farm. And then it's a lot to like manage, but since they introduce it piece by piece, it feels really good by the end. And I enjoy, like, it's another one of those where I kind of like when you're talking about like Cult of the Lamb and some of these other ones where I'm like, oh, I enjoy like every piece of this. Like I like it's fun to go dive in the water and solve puzzles and collect stuff, but then it's fun to like run the restaurant, and then it's fun to go to your farm and like manage what you're growing and stuff like that. And then they just do a lot of like funny characters and like nods to other video games and like nerd like culture and media. And there's like a really fun like heavy set guy in like an Ash Ketchum costume that like shows up and is like around for a while. And like the way they draw him is just really funny. And then there's like some other guys that like there's just other like parody characters from other things. Like there's a Michael Bay that's like a movie director that comes in, and he eventually gives you a poster for like trans something. It's like a Transformers parody movie poster. And then you can hang that in your restaurant. It's like decor. And that's just like the kind of little things that like kept me going throughout, is like all these fun little like moments and character interactions. And then like the fun kind of like gameplay loops that just kind of like keep you going.
Nice. Yeah, it sounds like one of my games last year was Bear and Breakfast, which did a similar kind of thing of like, it introduces a lot of those like life sim management kind of pieces like over time. And it sounds like I would probably run into the same thing in this one, in that like early on I have fun kind of balancing those things, but by the time so many of the pieces are out there, it just becomes like overwhelming, and I feel like, okay, I've lost control of this. And I feel like but as you were like, okay, yeah, you start doing this, and then you kind of start managing the restaurant, and then by the end you've got a farm. I'm like, okay, by the end having a farm would be too many things for me to be trying to juggle. But I'm glad you had a good time with it. Very cool. Any final thoughts before we move over to Cam's number 5 game of the year?
I think that was pretty much it. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Cam, hit me with your number 5.
My number 5 game of the year is probably higher up on your guys' lists. It's Final Fantasy 16.
It is indeed. Yep, higher on my list.
Fair enough.
Yep.
That's 3 in a row. Let's keep the train rolling.
There we go. So mine, I know, because I had the last 2 of mine are higher on people's lists, but my number 5 is Thirsty Suitors, which we talked about earlier, is number 9 on Cameron's list, and is not on Frank's, so we will talk about Thirsty Suitors now. Thirsty Suitors, Frank, to try and sell you on this, is basically I get like very light Persona plus Scott Pilgrim Saves the World. It's you are an Indian woman kind of returning home and facing off against like 6 exes and trying to like you kind of pick out how you want to like reconcile with them, but you do that through like turn-based combat sequences, and there's also skateboarding, so I'm sure like you would love the Tony Hawk elements of this, where you're going around and kind of like doing challenges and tricks and stuff like that. So yeah, it's like story-wise, it is a South Asian Scott Pilgrim kind of story, mixed with a like turn-based RPG stuff, mixed with skateboarding chaos and fun, and is incredibly fun style. It's by the same team that did Falcon Age, which is a very different game, but still, like, this is very much more like we did that and we had some things we wanted to say about that, and this is a much more personal story. There's also like cooking mini games that are basically like quick time event based and stuff like that. And it's just like incredible cast of characters. It's a lot of fun. The dad is one of my favorite video game dads of all time.
Absolutely.
He's a perfect dad. Not quite himbo territory. There are some of the exes are himbos though. Absolutely.
Oh, 100%.
I mean, the first one you meet is super himbo.
Yep.
And so, yeah, it's just a lot of fun. And kind of like reconciling with like who you were does not mean this is who I am now kind of thing. And this is a character who like left their town a few years ago, has changed a lot, has gone through a lot, and is coming back. And depending on how you play it, can either be that still broken person or can have tried to like learn and move on and try and like mend a lot of these fences and broken or burnt bridges that they kind of left behind and torched when they left the town. And yeah, I just had a ton of fun with this. Jal is a great kind of like lead character, even though a lot of it is, oh, we lost Frank. A lot of it is driven by kind of the stuff that you're kind of the decisions you're making. There's still a lot of fun to be had there. And before we go on, I'm going to pause here and see if we can get Frank back on the podcast. Cam, feel free to add any additional Thirsty Suitor thoughts you had.
Yeah, one of the things I really enjoyed about Thirsty Suitors is there's a number of them, but that's why it's on my list. The thing one of the things I really loved about it is Jala is actually from like a hybrid home. She is half Indian and half Sri Lankan. And there is a lot of detail about how these two different cultures have very different approaches to things and have very different ideas of how families and marriages should work. And because Jala is from a combined home of these two different cultures, how mixing that into American culture and how that works, that's an entire process. One of my favorite things about this game is it's about like how nobody's a monolith. People grow, people change, people can become better. And one of the, like Trevor said, like the dad is one of his favorite characters. The dad reveals that he had made a very significant change and he deeply regrets past stuff that he's done because of the time he lost in his relationships with some people. It's a massive deal to the characters, to Jala to like find that out, because she just couldn't her understanding of who her father is now, and even throughout her entire life, doesn't match up with the thing that she finds out about her dad. I don't want to spoil it because I think it's a great reveal. But I think this game has so many great moments where it is about finding a balance between your past, and not just your past, but like your family's past, the legacy and culture of your peoples, and kind of like finding that balance between that and who you are now and who you can be in the future. They approach that storytelling in such a great way. The suitors themselves are, for the most part, very unique and original. I love just how queer the game is. It's so goddamn queer, and it's great. It has such wonderful representation across the spectrum. Jala herself is pan, and her relationships go across the entire spectrum, and it's phenomenal. And Jala herself has opportunities to really and it's not just like, oh yeah, you have these past relationships and maybe you could rekindle something, etc., etc. But what I like about it is you can just be friends. There's an option to repair your friendships with people and deal with and there's a lot of different kinds of relationships Jala has had with people, because some of them are childhood crushes that kind of never went away for some people. Some are deep-rooted in jealousy and envy and a desire to be like each other. Some of them have scandal attached to them that are really unfair. And others have one of the most volatile relationships that's kind of it's oh yeah, this is your pass on and off person. But as you unveil yourself throughout the rest of these relationships, Tyler is the on and off partner that Jala's had over her lifetime. But as you explore these other relationships, you realize where, in the in-between interims between all these people, Tyler's been the partner, and what kind of volatility that is actually underneath this layer of that, of finding healing and a holistic way of approaching your relationships and rebuilding them after Jala left town and, like Trevor said, torched her relationships and torched her bridges back. And it
was both the exes and even family.
Oh, family. It's easier.
A lot of the game is also mending those relationships with your parents, with your sister.
Yeah, you spend more time, like it's easier getting your exes to be friends with you than to get your family to forgive you, which is very real. Feels extremely real. Gosh, there's so much about it. It also has a lot of Pacific Northwest vibes because it takes place in Washington. Was it Washington or is it in
Oregon or Washington, one of those two.
Yeah.
Very Pacific Northwest.
Yeah. Very Pacific Northwest in the culture and style of everything. And it's, for people who don't know, there is a very large, South Asian, Southeast Asian population of people who live in those areas that I just know tangentially about that. I don't know why. Well, I know why, but it's not important. But there's a pretty significant population up there. And seeing how these different cultures have kind of like approached the Pacific Northwest and how they've applied themselves to it and what's in there. And then on top of that, you have just like really fun turn-based combat that doesn't last very long, but has a really it's all about weaknesses. It plays so much like Pokemon, where there's like a plethora of weaknesses, status effects you give people, and there's button combinations as you're doing things, and it's active and it's kinetic.
Once you give like an enemy a weakness, like that specific attack type does extra crazy damage. So you pretty much always want to get their weakness and then exploit it. And the weaknesses are like thirsty or, like rage inducing or, impressed or something. Like it's very much like you're fighting as if you're like courting somebody. And so you're trying to like, all right, am I going to make you thirsty and that's how I'm going to get you weak for me? Or that kind of stuff.
And it's all awesome stuff. Jala is an athlete first and foremost. Like skating is just another form of the athletics for her, but she's also was a very serious basketball player.
A lot of her attacks, basketball.
A lot of her attacks at basketball, skateboarding, and just overall like punching people or using her Walkman or a boombox to just knock the shit out of people.
Yeah, like yo-yos and stuff like that are kind of like thrown in the mix at some points.
Yep. It's great. I also have to say, like, one of my favorite things, it's like your random encounters you find, it's the fact that your Indian grandmother basically put you up for like mass matchmaking and they've come here to court you. And they're just the fucking worst. Mm-hmm. It's a bunch of fucking incels from India came over to like court you.
Not everybody is an incel.
That's fair. I'm mostly referring to the guys, the actual like tutelary thirsty suitors.
I don't even them. I don't think any of them are incels.
That's fair. I'm thinking like just like very unappealing, unattractive people.
Sure. Did you do all of the cooking?
Yes.
Like every single recipe?
Yes.
Okay.
I 3-starred every single recipe.
Okay. Cool. Because one I was going to shout out. It's a fun thing to do. You definitely don't have to. But I like that the foods you make end up basically being items that you can then use in combat to like be restorative and restore your HP or whatever the MP equivalent is. But also each recipe you're cooking with either your mom or your dad, and like each recipe has like a fun story kind of thing behind or beside it as you kind of go. And you mentioning like the really deep thing that the dad has. There's also a really fun one that you can get through one of those meals. It's basically like, your dad kind of may have lit his boss's car on fire or house on fire or something like that. And like he kind of plays coy about it the whole time. And it's like a, did he or didn't he kind of fun thing. And it's just like, fun extra banter with your parents.
And really getting like the history of your family through food. Like food is such a important cultural aspect to both Indian and Sri Lankan like culture, and getting to see that kind of expressed throughout that, and just once again also highlights the kind of like hybrid nature of this family, the fact that they're like cross-cultural. And something that I love about it is I love games that we have now, like Venba and other ones, that are exploring kind of the vast diversity that is in Asian cultures. After just, decades of them being homogenized into either being Chinese or Japanese, having that broken down and having it further explored, I think is just more and more of that, whether it's with Chia or it's with other games, Venba or Thirsty Suitors. I love that we're exploring that in deeper ways. And I just loved Thirsty Suitors for that. Thirsty Suitors detracts and why it's further up on my list is because of just some very like side stuff that was introduced that it just never explored.
Yeah, there's a whole kind of like side plot thread that like feels like it doesn't really have any resolution. It's like that's a little disappointing.
Yep, and it's probably the bigger like it's the bigger story outside of Jala's personal relationships that seems to be the through thread of it, but doesn't get resolved.
Yeah,
and it's bad.
Yeah. Anyway. Thirsty Suitors, my number 5 game of the year. Let's dive over to your number 4, Frank. Hit me with your number 4 game of the year.
Ooh, this is a good one because we got Resident Evil 4.
Resident Evil 4. Okay. I obviously I didn't play it. I don't think you did either, Cam, right?
No, it never came to like a Game Pass or anything. It was always full price, and I never had it in the budget to buy it.
All right, Resident Evil 4, the continued remakification of these classic Resident Evil games. Go ahead and tell us.
Yeah, and like you kind of nailed it there too, because as they continue to kind of remake these Resident Evil games, I kind of continue to play them and get more into Resident Evil. It's like the first one I really played and beat was like 7, and then I really like 7 and 8, but then over the last like year or two, I played 2 remake, which is incredible and like one of the best. And then I want to play 3, but I haven't yet. And then since when I tried to play 4, the original last year, the HD version that's on PlayStation, and like I know Resident Evil 4 is like people consider like one of the best games of all time, and certainly like one of the best Resident Evils, but like I just could not get into it. And
Take Control suck.
They kind of do, and there's just like there's so many problems I have with it. Is just like I totally get it's obviously like a 20-year-old game, and at the time it was like a big deal, but like I could see how it's a step forward, but like it's just like there's a lot I don't like about the design of it, and I feel like it's a game that really caters to like if you replay it like 9 times, and then everyone who loves it is like, oh, I know everything and everywhere and everything you need to do, and I've played it 100 times, and that's why it's fun, and obviously games have that, like you learn them and you get better at them, but I feel like Resident Evil is really built around the replay value. But Resident Evil 4 hits me so much harder with like trying to go into it as like a new person for the first time, and having like it's just such a hard thing to like really get into. And the remake, so when they announced they were doing the remake, I was really excited because I was like, yeah, this needs the remake for like modern audiences or whatever. But the remake has some of the same problems, although like especially in the opening area of like the village, and I really don't like the intro of a lot of the village. But when you finally get to the point where it opens up, the remake did a really good job of blowing everything up, and you have a big open world map now that I was like not expecting. Like the intro area of the village is really big. They let you can get on a boat and just drive around the lake and go to a house that's like on the other end of the lake that just has like nothing but just stuff for you to go collect. And when it finally opens up like that, and it isn't just this congested like village like it is in the beginning of the original 4, and how they kind of really do the same intro just in like 4K for the remake, when it finally opens up and they're like, hey, this is how we remade it. This is like the Final Fantasy VII remake aspect where we blew everything up. And this is like walking around Midgar, and it's like huge now. And it's not that big and it's not that impressive, but that's the comparison, you guys. You know. But then the more you get into it and the further you get into it, when you finally get to like the castle, I think the castle's incredible. And then as you get to the end of the game, there's like another third kind of area that's like a little bit less impressive. But like my point was, as you get through the game and you get stronger and you get new weapons and you get to explore some of these areas and see what they're doing, it made me enjoy the game a lot more. And I was really into this remake, and it plays great. I love the modern systems they have with like it has all the modern things of like in these Resident Evils where you can like you're upgrading your weapon and you have like you're upgrading like all of your damage and your ammo, and then you're getting new weapons, and then you have like your briefcase, and so you have to like constantly move stuff around. And I'm so thankful for the auto sort option that they have in these, that I can just like let it figure out whatever and just sort it, and I can just hit one button and do that. But I love it just feels great to like be going and getting stronger in these games and then fighting these zombie enemies and doing some of these bosses. And the castle area in particular really nails the puzzles. And that's what another thing I really enjoy about these Resident Evil games is just like the super fun puzzles of like getting different pieces and kind of putting a statue together or like putting emblems together or like figuring out reading notes and opening like locks and lockers and stuff like that. And when they put you into like confined areas or these like real, even that big open world, I think it really works. But when they like really force you into like, here, fight 40 people in a village, it's like really not fun. And that's kind of the case with just the design of 4. And 4, the remake and the original have this problem where they really love putting you into scenarios for you to waste your resources. And I totally get it's like a horror game, but it just does it really badly in a way that's like not fun for me.
I played the demo that they put out. I really like the demo as far as like the aesthetic and the atmosphere. I love the kind of like revived and revamped horror aesthetic that they put into it that, you know, the 2 remake was awesome with. And kind of like pushing more into the survival horror aspect of Resident Evil rather than the action remake that we got with 3. I haven't played the full game, so I don't know for sure, but like that village section, you feel like such a badass as you're like wailing through people, like one-on-oneing them, and then you get to a village surrounded by a bunch of like 40 just random jabronis, and they just start coming at you, and you're like, pop, 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 oh no, and then you have to like run around and climb through windows, and it felt more like I was playing Dead by Daylight than like...
Yeah, because that's all you can do. The way you're supposed to do that is run in a circle in the village so they follow you, because it's timed. They just keep sending enemies after you until the bell rings. So it's a resource waster at the beginning of the game. It's the first thing you do. It's like,
and they fully stock you up. Like they really stock you up with stuff. And then you just like spend time because you have to think you're going through enemies, but in reality, the like quote unquote smart thing to do is not waste any resources and just maneuver through all these enemies, and that's the ideal way of doing it. But I mean, I wiped out like 30 dudes. Like I massacred half that village 100%. I'm a Secret Service agent here to like help find the president's daughter. Like. That's my mission. And on top of that, I used to be a cop. I'm used to this. Unarmed civilians coming after me? Not a problem. Shoot them in the face. Leon Kennedy
and then spin
is a cop.
kick, like roundhouse to the
roundhouse
face.
roundhouse kick. Knife attack. It's great. I enjoyed the demo. I wanted to play it, but I was waiting for it to come on sale. It's on sale now. And so I probably plan on picking it up. But... No, it's hearing that it opens up and like really changes its like world traversal sounds like a really awesome thing. I'm really excited to get into it later, but I'm really glad this was your number 4.
Very cool.
Yeah, ultimately I think it gets a lot better, and it's weird that it starts out at like a weaker kind of point, but that's exactly how the original starts out too. But it's like I think it gets a lot better, and I think you'll really enjoy it. Like if you get the chance to like play it.
Yeah, I mean, I enjoyed what I played already, but like hearing that it gets even better is awesome.
I don't want to waste too much time on it, but I did ruin the final boss because I upgraded the shotgun all the way, so the damage and like how fast it has like 12 rounds in it, and it fires really fast without you having to really do anything, and it does a ton of damage. So the final boss like lands in front of me, and I just start unloading him with the shotgun, and I didn't even get through one like clip, and he's just dead. And then that was my final boss fight, and I was like, I really ruined the end of this game. I feel like
no,
I really feel like I just broke it. Like,
no, I think that's the way to go. It's like that or the RPG, right?
Yeah.
And then I also found out that Leon S. Kennedy, the S stands for Scott, and I thought that was funny.
Leon Scott Kennedy. That's so dumb. So dumb.
Cameron, hit me with your number 4 game of the year.
So just as a heads up, I have a tie for my 3 and 4.
Ooh.
Okay. I mean, you got to pick one for 3 and one for 4 for the points to matter. So tell me what your number 4 is. Preferably without 15 seconds of dead air.
One sec.
Like we do this every year. I don't know why you thought this would be a different thing.
All right, 1 second. I'm doing a coin flip.
Are you gonna random number generator between these two?
I mean, kind of. One's a heads and one's a tails. So.
Sure.
flip a coin, you know.
Yep, 2 out of 3.
Okay. Just give me the damn number 4.
All right. Number 4 is Lies of P.
Ooh.
All right. Lies of P. Obviously not anywhere on my list. Frank, did you play this one?
Same.
Okay.
No, I didn't. It sounded interesting, but it's not my kind of thing.
Then hit me with your number 4 game, Lies of P, Cameron.
Lies of P is a game Trevor knows.
This is one of multiple games that you played 3 times, pretty much back to back to back.
Accurate.
I would not be surprised if your number 3 is the other one of those games I can think of. So
wow, spoilers, Trevor. Yeah, no, Lies of P is a game that really it's funny because when I played the demo earlier this year, I did not think I was going to end up getting into this game. And that's because I fundamentally misunderstood how this game is meant to be played. This is not this is a game where blocking is super important. And you're meant to block and parry and stagger enemies. For people who don't know, Lies of P is essentially a retelling of Pinocchio through a this is probably the best non-From Software style game. I think that this is actually better than I think this is better than I don't want to say that, but I mean it's better than Dark Souls 2 for sure. But where it kind of stands up against other From Software games is kind of devious because level design is not the same as it is in other From Software games, so I'm just not even going to compare them. I'm just going to talk about Lies of P. I freaking love this game. The variety of weapons, because you are a puppet, you have a mechanical, technically all of you is quote unquote mechanical. But in reality, you are something a bit more of. So basically in this world, you wake up in a train car and you wake up into walking into essentially a city that's been overrun by manic crazed puppets that have massacred and killed most of the population, causing a quote unquote, basically a pandemic where people are forced to stay in their homes until it ends. Throughout this game, as you're going through it, you're fighting off these different kinds of puppets. This is a city basically that has, it feels a little bit like Rapture in that it's kind of an idealized city where everything was being run by puppets, and that was great. But then the puppets go mad. And what ends up happening is there's I could really go into the detailed lore of this world, but what really matters is that as Pinocchio, as you're playing through this game, as you're going through it, you're encountering these ideas of what does it mean to tell the truth and what does it mean to lie? And those two things are not always it's not always black and white what you're doing, and not just with the lies that you're telling, but the actions that you're taking. Over time, you hear from some of the puppets garbled speech that you can't understand, that upon a second playthrough, you do understand. And there's a lot of tragedy to the society that's fallen. There's a lot of tragedy to a lot of the bosses. And slowly, as things kind of start peeling away as you get further and further into the game, the mystery of Ergo, which is the kind of magical resource that allows puppets to move the way they do, the greater conspiracy around puppets themselves and their connection to these eldritch horrors that are starting to appear, start popping up, resulting from the petrification disease that seems to have sprung up as part that actually caused a real pandemic. People are being quarantined away into different sections of the city. And as you meet people and you kind of it brings up the question of well, what is a life? What is a person? And it doesn't explore those in a very deep way, contextually through that's, I'm sorry, not a direct way. It tells you the story in through subtext and in a very direct but subtle manner, as you kind of go through the story of P kind of basically fighting through these puppets and through these other creatures to essentially save the city, so to speak. That's the kind of initial goals. You're trying to get Geppetto, who's been caught out in there, and you find him eventually, and then it's hey, we have to put a stop to these crazed puppets. here's what we do for that. We have to first go to the factory where they're being produced. We have to shut that down. And then it kind of like goes through it more and more and more as you kind of like go through, and you see that there's a lot more going on. You are introduced to the alchemists, which are a very like cultish, Illuminati-ish sort of organization that has vast resources that's backed the puppet production. There's a lot of like things that you find out through contextual clues of items and video and like phonograph recordings and stuff like that, and letters of like more and more. And as you continue throughout the game, you can make decisions that either keep you very much like a puppet or can start turning you into a quote unquote a real boy, becoming more than just the puppet that you were designed to be. And your decisions and your choices come from how you tell the truth and how you lie, and those perspectives you take, how you approach certain aspects of the game and decisions you make and the people you meet. And it actually has very big payoff at the end, and it really much determines what kind of ending you get and what kind of like things you reveal. And it's really, really awesome. The endings are, there's like a neutral, like not good, not bad ending. There's a very good ending, and then there's a very awful ending. And the neutral ending and the good ending are like share some similarities, but the bad ending is just really fucking awful and horrifying. Overall, I think that it is the motif. Instead of telling you like a story of Pinocchio, you encounter so many things from the Pinocchio story and motifs and the analogs, and the way that they've adapted it is just really brilliant, and combined it with like an incredibly excellent combat system. The upgrades for weapons or for Pinocchio's arm, it's called like a Legion arm, that is a more mechanical part of his arsenal, and the variety of it, whether it's a cannon that you shoot like explosives out of, a flamethrower, an electric shock one. It reminds me a lot of Devil May Cry 4's. Sorry, not Devil May Cry 4's. Devil May Cry 5's. Five's like different arm customizations. Very similar to that in a lot of aspects to it. So, but just such a brilliant, brilliant game that truly rewards deep exploration and how these like repeatedly talking to people. It's not just the same dialogue over and over again. You develop these relationships with these people over time, even though you are a quote unquote silent protagonist. Like P doesn't have much of a voice. But there's a lot that goes into it, and there's a lot of tragedy to it, and it's very beautiful. I would call it like hauntingly beautiful in a lot of different ways. So it's a little brighter on the color palette than you'd get from like a Souls game or a Bloodborne, but it is just such a like contextually beautiful game. Just absolutely brilliant. That's why it's my number 4.
Very cool. We're tied for your number 3, but
on my list will be tied. But for
this,
yes, it'll be 4. Yeah.
Well, thank you for not having a tie for number 3 and giving me 11 games overall on this list. I do appreciate that
for sure.
Very cool. I knew Lies of P was going to be up there for you. Just again, given that you played it back to back to back, because you got all 3 of those endings, right? Did you got the platinum on this one?
It was through Game Pass, so there's no platinum.
Oh, right.
Because
there would be if you'd bought it on PlayStation.
Yeah, if I bought it on a PlayStation, I 100% would have that platinum. Yeah. I have done everything in that game.
Yeah,
it's one of the best.
Because like to get the good ending, you have to like listen to all of the phonographs you can find, right?
Phonographs. You have to listen to all like
it's based on like your humanity, and like to get the level of humanity you need, you have to like listen to not only find the stuff, but you have to listen to the music to make you more human.
Yeah, you listen to that's fun and easy to do. Yeah. The music in this game is one of its best parts. It's beautiful.
Nice.
Music and sound design in this game is fucking fantastic. And I love a lot of like the reveals that you get from some of the characters. But also, as you gain more humanity, you get to interact with more things. Like you can start playing the piano. The cat, Geppetto's cat, when you first try to pet it, it like does not fuck with you at all because you're a puppet and it's afraid of you. But as you get more and more human, it fucking starts to like really cozy up to you, and it's really fun. to see kind of like that slow progression. But yeah, also like your appearance starts to change as well. Like you start off very much the Timothy Chalamet look that you start off with, but over time it grows and it changes over time, and it's really fucking great. Some of the best boss designs in games this year too. On top of that,
great. Cool. Well, my number 4, I believe, is probably still going to be higher on Frank's list because it is Final Fantasy 16. Is that correct, Frank?
It is higher on my list. Yeah.
All right. Cool. Then let's dive into our number 3s. And Frank, hit me with your number 3 game of the year.
Yeah. So my number 3 is Jedi Survivor.
All right. That I believe is all 3 of us. So we can finally talk about this one. Go ahead and share your thoughts on Star Wars Jedi Survivor here, Frank.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the best games I played this year, and I really enjoyed Fallen Order, but it obviously had like its issues, and I think this game does a lot to like fix that. But then, unfortunately, still somehow has also some of the same problems, which is also unfortunate. And I got this at launch, and then I didn't play it, and then Final Fantasy was about to come out. And I was like, well, I'm not going to start Fallen or Survivor to have to leave to go to Final Fantasy and come back. So I waited. And I didn't end up playing this till 2-3 months ago or something. Like it was before Spider-Man, I think. And then when I finally got around to it, yeah, it was a great game and I enjoyed it. But it's still, even after launch, is like buggy and has issues and graphic pop in. And like there was a smoke texture in a cutscene that looked straight up PS2, if not worse. Like it was like... It just didn't load in right, I guess, or something. And so I guess this is my number 3 game of the year, so I don't want to just talk about the bad, but that is something that kind of like surprised me about it still. But on the good side, like I think these games are really amazing. I love this little section of the universe they have with like Cal and some of these other characters. And I love like it's a different kind of focal point that's not just like Skywalker stuff, you know? And I really like that, like being able to actually play as like a Jedi and kind of customize my lightsaber and my outfit and like go around and just kind of explore the universe. I like that in this one, you get kind of the saloon as like a base and like a hideout. And I always love when you give me like a good hub world and like I just get to go collect characters and kind of fill the saloon with people. And that was always the point of me going back to there. And then I would walk around and like talk to people and like just see whatever's going on and like get new missions or turn in bounties or whatever. And then the combat is just super fun. Like I love the lightsaber. I like the different stances they give you in this one. And I think some of them are really cool and like interesting. Ultimately, I feel like I just kind of ended up using some of the same basic stuff. Like I used the one-handed lightsaber a lot, like the normal one, and then I used either the double blade or like the double-sided one a lot. I didn't use the heavy or the blaster one that much, other than when like a challenge or something required it.
Yeah.
And when I got into the challenges, and then that made me play with some of the different styles and stuff, and that was when I was like, oh, some of these are more fun than I realized, but. It sucks when you have like a certain style equipped and you walk into a room and you're like, oh, I'm fucked. And you're like I have the heavy thing equipped and this is a room for like, I need to be fast and nimble because there's so many people or whatever. Like, but yeah, like it was just a fun, good time. And I also think the traversal in this game is incredible. Like it was so fun to run around and I loved the boost, like the dash they give you, like jumping and dashing and then like grabbing ropes and like climbing onto stuff like felt amazing. And it felt so much better than it did in the first game. Because it felt like kind of awkward, I remember missing jumps, and especially like there's that ice world and you had all the sliding and trying to slide and jump and grab ropes and shit, and like I remember falling off all the time. And like in this, I feel like I was pretty much nailing everything I wanted to do. So I really loved that, and I loved a lot of like the story and kind of other stuff they do.
Yeah, I think it's always telling the fact that like if you fall off a cliff in either game, it's not like auto death. It is like, oh, we realize that would be way too cheap because our platforming isn't as precise as it should be. So it's just a dip in health and like we'll respawn you somewhere else. And yeah, I agree. I think it felt a lot more fluid this time around, and movement felt a lot better, along with a lot of the improvements. Yeah, like I said, it was my number 6. Cam's your number 7, and a lot of the improvements that you touched on already, I think, are the same reasons I like this one probably better than Fallen Order. In particular, yeah, having that little hub world of Grease's kind of like Pyloon Saloon to just kind of like build up your own little like Mos Eisley cantina of like random people kind of coming in and going.
I got us a DJ and an aquarium and
Yep.
fish, and I'm making this place awesome.
Exactly. You clean the toilets and you get some some loot for doing that. A ton of fun. I loved going on and doing like the bounty hunter quests and stuff like that. And like performances across the board I thought were really, really good in this one. It was fascinating because Cameron was like playing Jedi Fallen Order in the lead up to it because he hadn't played it at launch, and he's like telling me these things that are just happening, and I'm like, I don't remember that at all. I didn't remember the story of Jedi Fallen Order at all.
Yeah.
Like I binged that in a week in San Francisco and like had a great time with it, but like it did not stick with me apart from like I remember liking Cal and liking Seer and liking Grease and liking Marin, but I didn't remember like specific beats of their stories or anything like that. And I feel like this one, the story of this one, especially adding in like Bodhi, had a lot more like memorable moments that I think I'll be able to like reflect back upon a little bit. It is similar to, I felt the same way with last year's Horizon Forbidden West, whereas like I remembered a lot more about Horizon Forbidden West and still do now a year on than I did. Like I remember like big moments of Zero Dawn, but so much of I think those games come in the form of like, oh, I had this like really cool fight against a giant T-Rex thing or something like that, and less from like the story beats or the character beats and stuff like that. And I think Jedi Fallen Order to Jedi Survivor kind of did the same thing where I liked the diversity of combat in this one more, as well as like the just better storytelling and characters and moments of this one overall as well. Cam, anything to add from you?
Yeah, so I have a unique experience where I played Jedi Fallen Order at the beginning of this year. I did a Let's Play series for it. I have gone on the record by saying like there's a lot of jank in that game, even to this date. But it was still a really fun experience. Jedi Survivor took it to the next level. I had a blast with it. I thought it was a truly incredible game. My issues with it I don't really have too many issues with it. It's platforming could be rough at times, but it's leagues better than Jedi Fallen Order was. But I think for me, I really enjoyed the combat aspect of this game a lot more than Fallen Order. Jedi Survivor, especially once you unlock the different stances and styles, felt like such a better natural progression for things. And then unlocking different abilities and things like that through them felt much more, felt less groundbreaking in a lot of ways, but felt like better for progression's sake. I loved the blaster stance, the duelist stance. It is one of my favorites. I have also often wanted to be a Jedi who uses both a lightsaber and a blaster. It seems like a great combination, and getting to see, as somebody like, we've been through this. I know the classic lightsaber forms, like what their benefits are. Seeing somebody take Makashi, which is the duelist form for lightsaber combat, and combine that with blaster use is such a cool and unique thing to see. So seeing Cal use this, like, the stance that's meant for fighting people with lightsabers, along with using a blaster, which is like borderline heretical for the combination of the two, but it felt like such a great way of playing through and fighting enemies, of not having a lot of like tools in your kit for lightsaber use, but the blaster making up for that in very unique ways, charging it, doing rapid fire shots with it, like the different combinations of it. And on top of that, the aesthetics. You could do a big honky chunky blaster with like, that was like say like Han Solo's, or you could do something sleek and cool. And like, there's so many different options with the customization. That's another thing too. Customization in this game is off the charts. It's so great on so many levels, whether it's Cal's appearance, his outfit, his lightsaber, his blaster, the ship, everything has so much more customization to it. I freaking loved every aspect of it. And on top of that, I kind of called Bodhi from the beginning, because I was like, it's real weird. The guy who just joined your crew all of a sudden is the only one who survives with you, huh? But even then,
you're friends. It was meant to be. The Force works in mysterious ways.
Yeah. No, I like the things I did not like about it is immediately it's like, Cal has this new crew and we're going to murder them before they get interesting, and we're supposed to somehow give a shit. And it's like, that's the kind of thing that I hated from Fallen Order, or like the things that just don't make sense, like at all, like the whole like the data bank of all these younglings, and I'm like, but time wise, those younglings are like 25 now. Like it doesn't work. Like they're not children anymore. Like they're adults. By the time Cal finds this thing.
I mean, that wouldn't stop you from wanting to find Force sensitive people.
Absolutely not. But the fact that they're like the children, and like that's the issue I would Fallen Order. And I think in Survivor they just totally blow that apart. They bring up something like they bring up High Republic stuff, which is awesome as hell. You get like such a good experience of exploring a part of the Star Wars universe that has only existed right now in books. And this is our first time physically seeing it in media and getting this kind of style and attitude. And I love this idea of we're getting once again introduced to a galaxy outside of the galaxy that we know. And how do you get there? And there's unique ways of doing that. And I love this idea. It's like, well, how does Cal fit into the further timeline? It's like, because Cal's not in the galaxy anymore, right? He's in another galaxy. Why isn't Cal there for the rebellion? Because Cal was gone. He was doing this secret order thing. Whatever it ends up happening from Survivor, I'm really looking forward to it. And kind of like how it fits into the greater timeline of things. But also, just, I love the development of the relationships. Like, there was a breakdown in the family. The found family that we developed in Jedi Fallen Order broke apart in between games. And Cal is struggling he's trying to be cool about it, but he still has issues with his found family breaking apart. And the guilt he has for Grease getting injured, the feelings of abandonment he feels for Seer, and then his like very like trying to be like, I'm a Jedi, but like I have the total hots for me. I
was gonna say, Marin just great in general, but
entirely awesome. One of the best parts of the franchise.
In particular, also gameplay wise, like the sequence, where like Marin is like bamfing you around as you're doing all the stuff. One of the coolest gameplay bits of anything this year.
Definitely a highlight for the entire year as far as gameplay goes. Yeah. It is such an amazing thing. Also, Marin just being an awesome character in general. I love her new look, her new style, very like roguish, very very smuggler-esque, adventurer-esque. I love it. But also like Seer just being like going full like rebuilding the archive, and then her fight with Vader is fucking hard and it is brutal.
I mean, I guess I'll have to throw in like spoilers on this one, but
yeah, that's fair. Sorry.
I guess we didn't discuss at the top, but like, yeah, we typically try and like stay more or less spoiler free for games that people didn't play. But
I didn't say how it ended, but
sure.
Well, and like I didn't want to bring that up in what I liked about it, but that also blew me away because not only is it a great moment, but it really blew me away where I'm like, they did it twice. Like they really bring it, because in the first game it surprises you that he's there and it's a really awesome moment, and then they did it again and I was like, these motherfuckers.
Somehow they did it twice, and just the way that entire scene like resolves itself and like goes through it, fucking crazy. Fucking brilliant like narrative design, brilliant gameplay transition designs and narrative design. It is so goddamn good. The way that they handle so many great moments, whether like the stuff with Bodhi, like, I guess I kind of actually spoiled it at the beginning when I talked about that.
I mean, yeah, like, it was the 1-2 punch of you spoiled that there's a twist with Bodhi, and then the Darth Vader, like, fight. I was like, well, yeah, this one's definitely getting a spoiler tag.
Yep, sorry, folks, but yeah, no, it's awesome. Just play the game anyway. If you got spoiled, I apologize. I'm very sorry.
I mean, like, I think that's the thing I always want to shout out there is, like a game is more than just its twist.
Absolutely.
And totally. I think if anything, like everything leading up to the twist, even if you can call the twist, is still, I think, impactful because like the character didn't see the twist coming. No. And so and like all the performances still like really feed into that. And also that twist isn't the end, and there is still like fallout from that gets to experience as well.
Absolutely.
In really compelling ways.
God, yeah, no, there's that entire section in like later in the game with the Imperial base, and just a lot of awesome set pieces and moments in this game that just take this game to the next level. it's one of the best games of the year. Like, it's not higher on my list, I know, but like it certainly could have been if I felt differently about some of the other games. Like, it's like, I get why it's your number 3, Frank. I see. I was like, Frank.
As Frank gets up to turn a light on.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I totally get why it's your number 3. I get why it's your number 5. Trevor?
That was my number 6.
Number 6.
I was just one ahead of you.
Yeah. It is definitely one. Like, this is just a banger. Like, we can also say this. This is a banger year. Like, this is a murderer's row of top 10s.
Yeah.
Even like my worst one on my list that I have a lot of issues with still is like a really great game to play. If you ignore some of the stuff and don't do the season pass, I guess, with Diablo 4. But outside that, like, there's no bad, like, no definitively bad games on our list, or like even mediocre or okay games. Like, they're all games that we had a blast with.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first of our games that like all 3 of us played this year, and based on I think what we've already discussed, I'm pretty sure both Frank's number 2 and 1 are games that Cameron and I have already like passed on to give to Frank when the time comes. So yeah, we're gonna have 3 compared to any other year where like only one game like hit that all 3 of us played it. And so yeah, I think that speaks to the breadth and depth of this year, that like the reason this isn't higher on mine or Cameron's list is just because of how good a year it was, that there were just things like, we love this game, but we loved all of these other things a little bit more. So yeah, shout out to that indeed.
When I played it, it was my game of the year. But there's been stuff that came out since, and even thinking about going back to it and thinking about it, it's like, yeah, no. Shout out to the little frog guy who is voiced by one of my favorite voice actors.
Splurgle or whatever it was.
Torgal.
Torgal,
Torgal, and it's the guy from Raz from Psychonauts.
Yep, Raz. One of my favorite voice actors of all time. He is such a, like, he does so many different projects and stuff, but he is just a tour de force. I fucking love that guy. And Torgal is, no, it's Turgle. Torgal
is the dog in
Final Fantasy 16. Turgle is the frog guy, and he's awesome.
I never got that. Like I got to him after he became a meme, and so
I don't like him either.
Then I got to the meme. I'm like, why is this guy like, this guy is clearly just a meme because of like his look, I think. And everybody was like, this guy looks really weird for a Star Wars thing, so we're gonna just blow him up. And I was like, what? Like, he's fine.
I like him because he is tiny, tiny, skinny arms, tiny, tiny, skinny legs, and just torso. No, like lower body, no neck, just head and body, no neck in between.
He looks like every meme Street Fighter 6 character I saw get created later in the year. Sure, absolutely. But that doesn't make him like, I think
it's that, and like the derpy, torpy voice that he has.
Sure.
And he has a fun name.
Yeah.
I really liked the guy that collects the fish, who's
Love
like in the aquarium suit body. I thought his design was actually badass. And to your point of like, that looks like nothing else in Star Wars.
Nope, nothing else. Like, it's so good. Also, Turgle has a belt. Like, he wears no clothes, but he has a belt that has a blaster on it, or should have a blaster on it. It's missing its blaster.
Sure.
It's kind of like a naked alien with a belt on, and there's just something very funny about that to me.
Sure. I mean, I think one of my favorite characters that you obviously get to do a lot more with if you do like all the bounty hunter stuff is like the bounty hunter who's like, because she's just there in the saloon from the start, and it's like, who are you, mysterious, interesting person? I want to talk to you, but you don't get to talk to her right away. And then, just as you progress through and you kind of get to know more about her, it's like, oh, this is really cool. But I also feel your inevitable betrayal coming somewhere down the line too. And sure enough, that eventually happens. But
it's great.
It did a great job of introducing like a lot of fun ancillary like new characters into the universe, and even like just some like, I mean, one of the people in the canteen is just like a guy who was like an accountant basically that like ended up dealing with like, fraud and stuff like that, and that's what got him on like the blacklist for the Empire. And even that's like a cool little like, a fun story to kind of like get piecemealed out to you over the course of like returning to the cantina and stuff. Lots of fun there.
Also, 2 super gay aliens.
Sure. Yep.
Who are the odd couple. They're very fun.
Yep.
All the characters were very fun. This like little outpost mining planet that's just an absolute shithole that you get to just like live with and enjoy while you also traverse to other planets. It's a great time.
Cool. All right. Cam, hit me with your number 3.
My number 3 is Armored Core 6.
Knew it. Fires of Rubicon.
Yep, Fires of Rubicon. It is
the other game that you just played back to back to back.
Yep.
You finished 3 times.
Yep, got all 3 endings and even played some online arena modes.
Nice.
I fucking love Armored Core. I love giant robots, period. But like Armored Core has a very special place in my heart. I played through Armored Core 1, 2, and 3 on the PlayStation and PS2. There's something about Armored Core that is, whether it's the designs of the different mechs, it's the approach to the idea of like, in the previous games, it was like a bounty system, mission-based system. Armored Core 6 tells a very cool and interesting story that delves into like a conversation about exploitation, corporate greed, government like agency interference, as well as kind of like the idea of like what does liberation mean for like a colonized people, and what does it mean when there's this resource that the entire universe wants, but is also like a dangerous and volatile thing that could literally destroy it because it already really hurts like civilization in the stars when it exploded the first time. The Fires of Rubicon, when the Fires of Rubicon incident happened, like it was a massive blow to just society, spacefaring society. And so kind of coming to this like kind of like wrecked up planet that's been kind of divvied up between different mercenary groups, and you're kind of coming in as an independent solo person. You yourself are a person who has been altered by surgery and cybernetics to make you a pilot for this thing, for these giant robots and these armored cores, and the kind of like different personalities of all the different pilots that you meet. They're kind of their own, each corporation's own agenda, and how you kind of like play through them and put like whether either you're allied or against or pitting them against each other in different situations. The different missions as they go out, and like the kind of like greater concept of, what is this, it's very similar to Ergo. It's like, what is this substance? What is this fuel? What is this thing that's valuable? And how is it actually connected to a greater thing? How is it actually connected to a greater concept of identity and personhood? And it really delves into those themes in a very interesting way, in a very From Software way. And on top of that, the mech combat it's very fast paced, but it's so intuitive. And there's something really amazing about that. Trevor asked me before, he goes, hey, so how'd you deal with that boss that everybody apparently had issues with and hated? I was like, I don't know what you're talking about. I never had that kind of issues with bosses. I don't know if I'm just really good at the game, but I just really love the fierce, kinetic, fast-paced aspect of this game, the way that I've enjoyed all the Armored Core games that I've played, but this one really brings to the forefront a level of quality and consistency that I think makes it the best one of all time. And I'm so happy. I've been jonesing for an Armored Core game for years. And when Sekiro was first teased, I was like, people were like, it's probably Tenchu or something. And in my heart of hearts, I wanted it to be Armored Core. I always wanted to be an Armored Core whenever I saw the From Software thing. So when we finally got that, we got that awesome first trailer. Getting this game as like a culmination of all of that, for the different kind of like action, like different missions that you take on, and the different opportunities you have to actually like make a difference and change things in those missions in later game runs is just really, really fucking cool. One of my favorite missions is you are teaming up with 2 guys who are part of another mercenary group. And as you're going through in your new game plus, you get contacted by the people that you're attacking to basically turn on the 2 of them. And your handler, Walter, says, it's up to you. Like 6-1, like it's up to you. You can make that decision. And it's so much fun to turn on them because they're such massive assholes. And they're basically like trying to destroy, like they're trying to help with the colonization effort. And so wiping them out and like fighting them, and like taking them on, both of them at the same time, is so much fucking fun because they're both very different styled armored cores. and it's real easy to get overwhelmed by them. So you have to like kind of like fight them at the same time while at the same time fighting them separately and keeping them apart from each other just far enough, but also close enough that you can keep an eye on him. And it is just so much fun to dash around and beat the hell out of these guys and blow them up with missiles and hit them with like a laser drill. Like I'm fucking from Tengen Tempo, like Gurren Lagann with this giant drill that I'm just like drilling the shit through people with. It's so fucking good. God, it's so great. And I fucking love this game so much. I had a blast going back to back with it. And then I'm good with it now. I probably won't pick it up, even though they announced like the PvP mode. I'm good with it for now. I mean, I played the shit out of it, but just an absolute blast of a game. Also, at one point, you can like as you beat people or you unlock, you go through and unlock by beating like the AI like side arena thing. As you beat them, you get like their logos, and so each time I fought one of those in the actual story mode of the game, I put their logo a little tiny bit and then put crossbones on top of it. Like I was a fighter pilot putting X's on top of like how many kills I've gotten. And just like, that was my favorite run because I beat everybody through it. And I just put their little logos on the like on my shoulder. And so I had 26 confirmed kills on these guys. Just an absolute blast with the customization you can do with your mech. And it's so much fun. Some of my favorite characters, I don't even know what they actually look like because they're just voices in their like very customized mechs, but they have so much personality. This game just oozes personality from their characters in a world that's barren and stark. And it's such a crazy dichotomy and it's so much fun. And missions can be so massive. There's this mining rig that is an entire level unto itself. And it's just awesome to fight through. And it's also fighting you as you're going through it. Amazing gameplay, amazing level design, brilliant stuff. Like From Software bringing Armored Core back. Armored Core 6 is the best of the best when it comes to mech games right now.
All right, very cool. My number 3, I believe, still higher on Frank's list is Marvel's Spider-Man 2. Is that correct, Frank?
Yep.
All right, then
that would be my number 2 if you just want to get into it.
Yep. I'll go ahead and mark the timestamp down to dive into our number 2s. So yeah, Frank, tell me why Spider-Man 2 is your number 2 game of the year.
Yeah, I mean, man, there's a lot of reasons. This is absolutely one of the best games I played this year, and it was the only game I thought could be my other contender for game of the year. And ultimately, just at the end of the day, I don't think it could just quite get there, even though this is a fantastic game. Like, the gameplay is... I love 2018 Spider-Man. I platinumed it, did all the DLC, did everything, played Miles Morales, platinumed that. And this is like an incredible version of that. Like, it's just more, and it's the next... The graphics are incredible, the gameplay's incredible, the story's great, the acting's amazing. Like, it hits on like every single level. Ultimately for me, I think it just kind of came down to like, especially after 2018 Spider-Man and Miles Morales, it's just a lot more of like the same, you know? Like, and even though it improves on things and it does everything amazingly, it just like didn't have that thing that like 2018 did, where I was like, wow, this is incredible. Like, this is what I've been wanting my whole life. Like, and I think it left me wanting a little bit and wanting some more like content in the game, like side stuff, and also more like villains. I felt like the first one has a lot of villains and like things for you to like do besides the main plot line. And this one is like, the main plot line's incredible and there is side content, but they definitely scoped down the side content. And I feel like a lot of it just wasn't as good.
Yeah. I mean, I think they and I think they've come out and kind of talked about this. They specifically made the side content like, hey, each of those is going to have their own story, and there is going to be like a beginning, middle, and an end to the side stories. And so I do think you get like some of the ancillary villains in this game that kind of got folded into Sinister Six stuff in the first game in those side stories. And I think in a way, like, obviously the first big one you kind of get and can unlock is all the Sandman stuff. And I think Sandman from this is far more memorable than like half of the Sinister Six for me from the first game, because there was more time and attention put to them over the course of that side quest. And so I think for me, the side quests really worked in that regard to help flesh things out. The one, I won't get into spoilers as to like who he ends up being, but like the Cult of the Flame kind of like side quest ultimate reveal and presumably tease for the next Spider-Man game was like, oh, that's a really cool way of exploring and introducing that character, while obviously the big bads of this one being Venom and Craven, get a lot of like the spotlight. Having that like as a running throughout the game kind of like thing to keep checking in on, I think really worked for me in terms of the side quest content. I will say I do agree in that, and what I talked about when Cam and I did like our spoiler cast on it is like, I loved in 2018 how there were so many Easter eggs that helped flesh out this established version of Spider-Man's history, and like the things you find in all the backpacks that like really like helped be like, here's, you know, a kind of a tidbit from a past adventure with the Vulture or with, you know, Scorpion, or like all of the different characters that you kind of got there. There really wasn't that in this. The closest you get is like the spider bots that, you know, have their own fun, very, very cool payoff. But there wasn't as much like grand history explored in this one as I thought the first one kind of like set up and let you play around with. So that was like one of the things that was slightly missing for me. And then I also missed the element from the first game where like, as you unlock new suits that also unlocked new like finisher abilities, that was just completely gone from this one in favor of the expanded like gadget trees and all those things, which were fun themselves. But like, I missed there being more than just an aesthetic reward for the suits. I
really liked the powers they give you for both Miles and Peter, and especially the powers they give you for Peter, I thought were like awesome and super fun. But I did miss the gadgets a little bit, because by the end of 2018 Spider-Man, especially when I did the DLC, like it plays really well, especially even almost like an Arkham game where you can just combine gadgets, and like I could like web everyone and then blow 5 people against a wall, and then I could pull everyone else back together, and like you're just throwing gadgets out. And I know they didn't really want that for this, and they wanted more of the powers, but the 4 like gadgets they give you, I didn't really like love, and I thought I just kind of use them for like whatever. It's kind of like the cards in Yakuza where I'm like, it's here, it does something, I might as well use it. It's going to help me, but it's not doing like how it really did for the first game in me. But the Venom like symbiote powers they give you are like insane.
Yeah, over the course of the 30 hours I put into, you know, platinuming it, by the end, at the end of the game, I'm still using a gadget, not knowing which gadget I'm using. I'm pushing a button because because the UI shows that one's available, but I don't remember which one is this going to be the one that like, you know, makes everybody float for a little bit, or is this going to be the one that does explode everybody away or brings everybody together? And so like it ended up being like a mystery of like, I'm going to throw something out there that's going to drastically change the next thing I have to do in combat. But we'll see. So yeah, I felt that as well, of like just never really getting a good grasp on the full arsenal I was working with in this in the way that I felt from the first game.
The last 2 things I want to give a shout out to before we continue on with it is this is like one of the best next gen games I have played. The loading times on the SSD is insane, and then also being able to just fly through the city at like 200 miles an hour and it doesn't even drop a frame is like ludicrous. So I think that really was like mind blowing, and that really shows me that like we're in like a next gen kind of place with like the PS5. And what I appreciate, and what also shows me Insomniac is like such an amazing developer, is like I really appreciate all the like bespoke animations that are in this game for like random scenarios where you're fighting like with someone, or like I have examples, but I don't know how much to like spoil. But like there's a part where you're like fighting the lizard and he jumped up on like the wall. So I was like, oh yeah, like I was waiting. He was throwing shit at me, and I was kind of waiting for him to come back. And then I was like, oh yeah, like I'm Spider-Man. So I kind of like grab him and I zip up to him. And then there's like a whole animation where you're fighting him up on the wall, and then I'm like flipping over him and I grab something and like slam it into him. And I was like, that's really cool. Like they just put in a whole animation for me coming up here, when I could have just stayed down here and like waited for him, and I didn't need to do that. And then there's sometimes you fight with like other heroes in this game, and there's a lot of really cool like bespoke animations like with each person you're with and how you can use your powers together.
Yeah.
And like I really liked that stuff, and I thought that stuff was like really awesome. And to that too, when you use your Venom powers, I was surprised at how different it is in different scenarios. Like there's one where you kind of tentacle up a bunch of people, and if you're fighting 30 people, he grabs 30 people and pulls them up and slams them down. But in the same lizard fight at one point, I was like, does this work on the lizard? And it does, but he uses all of it and he puts both on the lizard and like slams the lizard into the ground like a lot heavier. And I was like, wow, that's like really cool. Like there's like different like bespoke animations for like scenarios, and like I think that's really sweet.
Yeah, even like going back to the opening like Sandman fight that is like the big bombastic thing.
I was gonna say that, yeah.
I loved messing things up at the beginning of that fight because I get a completely custom animation to be thrown back against a building that like, you know, just because of where I was in the fight just throws me back there, and like, you know, suddenly I'm like, you know, mounted on the building, like ready to like jump back into the fray and stuff. But like you got like a good like full cinematic in the same way of like, okay, now like the canned one where he launches you completely across the map kind of thing and you come flying back in. Like Insomniac, it was just firing on all cylinders on this one. Absolutely.
I have to totally agree. The Sandman fight in particular, the particle effects, the way you're flung across the city and then flung right back, doesn't miss a beat, doesn't miss a frame. It's truly an incredible masterpiece of utilizing the infrastructure and framework of the PlayStation 5. I was blown away by it. I think for me, one of the things I missed, not only the backpacks, but also, I played through Miles Morales this year as well, before Spider-Man 2 came out for the first time. One of my favorite things about Miles Morales is the VR training. And not because, it's a fun VR training thing. It's because the stories added to the atmosphere and lore of this Spider-Man. And something that I think, I realized while you were talking about it, I was like, something I could have done in this game is given us those same like VR kind of setup stuff, but instead of it being VR, have it just be Peter working with Miles to kind of like pass on some things, develop new abilities, and like kind of like help him workshop stuff. So it's not just like, I got a new power up in the middle of the fight. It's like, hey, that got developed through like some bonding and training and stuff, not just a random encounter, not like oh, hey, we both showed up to the same response fight. Hey, cool. We'll fist bump awkwardly at the end of it. Like, that's fun. But there should have, I think, been a lot more emphasis on, especially with how the story goes, of what it means for them to be working together, not just as two independent superheroes, but as a mentor and a mentee, a kind of parental figure passing on what it means to be Spider-Man to this younger one, also helping him kind of like find his way in being unique to who Miles Morales is. Because that was a part of his struggle in Miles Morales the game, and prior to this, the one that, you know, the kind of interim between Spider-Man 1, 2018, and Spider-Man 2, is that kind of like interim of like, where is Miles going to kind of like land with his Spider-Man? And I think developing that more closely together would have been better than what we got, which is a little disjointed. Miles, sometimes it felt like his story was taking a back seat in a lot of ways, I felt. But like my biggest thing about it is, and one of my favorite things that they did is, this is about Spider-Man. Like, Spider-Man is here to actually help some of his enemies. And I think nothing's better to show that with than the Sandman. Trying to figure out like, why did this happen? Marco was on the up. He was not like, he was working a job. He was like trying to do right. What happened? And having that mystery kind of peel out and piece out as you discover more and more of it and discover more of his memories and piece that together, I think is just absolutely fantastic in storytelling. And I wish there had been more of that, more of Peter. And there was.
I mean, I guess part of it is like, did you do that as Peter? Or did you do that as Miles?
I did as both whenever I was like coming across them.
Gotcha. Because I did most of that as Miles, and I think that's one of the interesting aspects of this game is that like for a lot of the side quests, you can do them as either one. But for me, like I thought there was more of that in like the Mysterio stuff.
I love that
a
part of
very
Mysterio
similar
stuff.
kind
Yes.
of like let's try and redeem these people. Let's try and figure out like
I love
something
that.
doesn't add up here. Why did they suddenly break bad?
Yeah. And I love that. Mysterio is one of my favorite ones too. Mysterio, like the reveal that Mysterio's being taken, like, though there are people who are going to take advantage of these villains' notoriety to get away with crime. And that's super messed up. And you get that with the Mysterio one. You get that with Marco. You get like Marco being a victim of Craven, and Craven being a legitimate predator. He is literally like hunting down these people and who have Dr. Connors got his life back and is then subjected to becoming the Lizard again. That's a minor spoiler because it was also out in the like big trailer reveals when they like announced the game for the first time. But like there's a lot of that goes into it that I think that this game absolutely hits on all cylinders. But I just wish there was more of a crossover between Miles and Peter for actual like activities and stuff and not just like random appearances.
On that note, I will say, I think one of my other like minor gripes about the game was like, it felt very, like the pacing of it felt very off.
Yes.
Especially given like the big showcase thing they show is like so like so late in the game, like when you're playing it. And as a result, like, you know, the Venom stuff comes like it's sprinkled in a little bit, but it's like largely a like third act thing. And so like the first 2 acts of the game feel like incredibly long to me, and the third act feels like really, really condensed and like we're rushing to the finish. And I don't necessarily like, you know, part of that is because I was doing every possible side quest along the way, and maybe if I mainlined it, I wouldn't have felt that same way. But that's always a struggle, I think, with these kinds of open world games is how does that get paced out appropriately? But at the same note, like some of my favorite moments and missions in this were absolutely like the quiet things. You know, the big bombastic, you know, set piece things are fun, and like Coney Island and the opening and that like lizard fight across the water and stuff. Great sequences, but like the things that will stick with me are flying across Manhattan at sunset with pigeons, and sitting on a park bench and talking to a, you know, slightly amnesiac or not amnesiac, dementia grandfather about like, you know, his long lost love and stuff like that. And just like those moments, or I forget her name, but the little side quest where you play as Miles's deaf friend, Haley, yeah. One of like when like you step into her shoes, and now I'm doing the spoilery thing.
It's a side quest.
But yeah, like doing that, and just the way that sound completely drops out, and we still need to kind of give the player enough like visual stuff to know what Haley's thinking and how like Haley's communicating, like the like little graffiti art like emojis and stuff that kind of like pop up over her and stuff. I like absolutely love that. And it was such a cool, another like accessibility kind of slash inclusionary sequence. Getting to experience that was great. So yeah, lots of fun. And the way that Craven and Venom kind of like ultimately like interact with one another over the course of the story was like, well, of course, I guess it needed to go that route because of who your heroes are. Like it had to end one way or another, and that was going to be the way to do it. Kind of keeping that one vague enough. But yeah, just a ton of fun. And even gameplay wise, some fun like surprises and like a really cool sequence within that where I was like, oh, of course they were going to do this. Why would I think they wouldn't? That made for some fun stuff, and, you know, maybe tee up potential DLC or, you know, even another Miles Morales-esque side game that we'll see somewhere down the line. So yeah, lots of cool stuff. And like, I mean, yeah, there's going back to like there's a black cat sequence where you kind of get something from the Sanctum, and it's like, you know, it's Insomniac pulling all of their like Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart stuff into like this, you know, into this game, and being like, yeah, we've been on fire since Sunset Overdrive, and this is just going to be us doing all of the things in one game. Enjoy. Yeah, ton of fun there.
Yeah, I will say one of my favorite things about the game is also there's a side quest where you think it's going to go in one direction at the very end. It's just a massive pump fake. There's just a massive pump fake in it, and it's such a good twist. Yeah, one of my favorite moments, because like what's going to happen with it? It's like, oh, and also like Kraven is the real villain of this game, hands down, because he's fucking awful. Fucking hate Kraven so much. God, just. Anyway.
I mean, I don't believe I agree, but to discuss that further would be to
definitely spoil.
Yeah, and we've already done our spoiler cast on it. So, very cool, great pick, Frank. Any final thoughts from you on this one?
No, I think we pretty much got everything.
Excellent. Yeah, excellent game. Great work, Insomniac. Shout outs to them. So Cam, hit me with your number 2.
I think I'm going to have to keep it on hold because my number 2 is Tears of the Kingdom.
I don't know. Did you play Tears of the
It's
Kingdom?
not on
Frank?
my list.
Oh, it's not on your list? Never mind then. I
not.
thought you were going to surprise us with that being your number 1.
No. I'm pretty sure you and I are going to have the same number 1, and Frank's number 1 is going to be based on what we've already discussed.
That's fair.
Final Fantasy 16.
Yeah, that's fair.
So we'll talk Legend of Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom now.
Yeah. This is my favorite Zelda game of all time.
Oh.
I felt like this originally was higher on my list, but the more and more I thought about my time with it, I'm like, there's just nothing but like really like there's very few moments of playing through Tears of the Kingdom that I didn't have just like an absolute blast. One of the things about it is I think it has, in my opinion, the best story of a Zelda game. I think that I really, really love the way, and I think this might just be a factor of like my favorite Zelda games are the sequels.
This has the Majora's Mask syndrome.
Yeah, this is Majora's Mask, and I love Majora's Mask. It was previously my favorite Zelda. Well, tempered with Twilight Princess. Twilight Princess is still really up there for me as well. But this is by far my favorite one. Between the adventure of that open world, the fact that it's filled with so much more things now, the sky area, the dark below area, every aspect of this entire massive world is just filled with so much wonder and so much incredible aspects. Like I can't talk about it without spoiling so much of it. But I just have to say, like, it is by far to me the best Zelda game that there's ever been. I think that it has some of the best, like really cool top tier moments in the game, just like that even are just scripted moments. I think that there might be some people feel like, I know that there are some people who feel certain aspects and certain moments of the game aren't as cool as I thought they were. But I think overall the fact that like it is even on a technical aspect on the motherfucking Switch of all consoles, this game is a technical marvel. And it's like, how the hell did you do that? It's so absolutely and crazy. I think that this is a great parallel to talking about Spider-Man 2. About understanding and knowing the infrastructure of the system you're building this on to such an nth degree that you produce such a fantastic game out of it. And the story is my favorite Zelda story so far. I love the aspect of this world post Breath of the Wild, and I love the way that the world's changed since Breath of the Wild. Getting to see that progress and that change, and seeing like what does a Zelda look like who isn't like hanging out in Hyrule Castle all the time? What does this world mean when like it's like we're living post the big bad blow up, the big bad like end game stuff? What does the world look like after that? How does the world heal? How does it change? How does it evolve? And that's just some of my favorite aspects about this game, is just enjoying that dichotomy, the one-to-one, and also using Trevor's extensive library of amiibo cards do you have them pulled up in front of you?
Yeah, just grabbing them.
Yeah, just using that to just like never run out of shit. But also, like, I love everything about it. Breath of the Wild was one of my favorite Zelda games. I think this just absolutely takes it up to a next level. Whether it's the the homage and honoring with the different outfits of all the different links over time that you find throughout the game, to the like really awesome follow-up moments with the guardians that you meet in the modern era in Breath of the Wild, what's happened to them, what's going on forward. Some of the like twists and turns with some of them is just, it's so utterly fantastic. I can't emphasize enough how much I love seeing these characters grow. Especially Yunobo, who is still best boy. Love you. Yunobo is my sweet little baby boy, who I will love forever.
Your ultimate Goron himbo.
He so is. He so is. He's so fucking like great though. Oh my god, I love him so much.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, this was my number 7, which is like a wild turnaround for me as somebody who notoriously not the biggest fan of Tears of the Kingdom, but replaying
Breath of the Wild, you mean?
Breath of the Wild,
Yeah.
thank you. Replaying Breath of the Wild in the lead up to that, to Tears of the Kingdom this year, for Let's Play series, and then like going straight into this one. I especially loved that I had like replayed everything because I could very clearly and very distinctly see like, oh, this same character who had this like side quest in the first game, here's the evolution of their side quest in this game. Completely random NPCs in various towns and stuff. I hadn't done any of the Terrytown stuff really the first time around, so doing that in my replay helped like make Terrytown more interesting for me, both in that first game and here in the follow up. And while I absolutely still have my grievances with Tears of the Kingdom and like, it isn't as story focused as I would like as Zelda, or as like the world still often does feel empty, even though they've done a lot to add it. Like all of my grievances from the first game are still there in Tears of the Kingdom, but they have seen some improvement.
They've been addressed in some way.
I mean, that's like, there is more to do in this world because you've got like, the above and the depths below. And even simple stuff like the fact that, the guy holding the sign is littered around the map. There's something for you to do every couple hundred feet or something like that. Which was like why one of the reasons you and I talked about, Cameron, like why Starfield feels so empty is because you have to go miles to try and do anything in Starfield.
Spoilers, Starfield didn't make a fucking appearance in our top 10.
Didn't make any of our top 10s. So yeah.
I didn't even play it. Like that was one. There's some of these I didn't play because I just didn't get to it or I didn't have the chance, like Hi-Fi Rush and Thirsty Suitors and stuff. And Starfield I saw and I was like, I don't even want to play this.
Yeah. So yes, like Tears of the Kingdom does have more to do in its open world. So that's like an improvement there. The durability weapon durability is improved by the fuse system and being able to like extend the life of a weapon by fusing a thing onto it. And so like there's an improvement there. There is more of a story to this one and Zelda's kind of like journey, Ganondorf being an actual villain instead of just like a big old cloud at the center of the map. And in that vein, like boss design is significantly better than four Calamity Ganons scattered around the kind of thing. Like, so
yeah,
there is improvement all over the place. At the same time, there's also like wildly like, why isn't this explained at all? Of like, okay, all of the shrines from the first game completely gone. What happened to them? Cool that they're replaced by Zonai shrines in this one. Great. But like, give me some kind of like story as to what led or what happened in the changeover in between games, because you've gone to such lengths to change the map and try and make, new things compelling. But yeah, like as somebody who did all of the shrines in my replay of Breath of the Wild, did all of the shrines in Tears of the Kingdom, I completely cleared the depths in Tears of the Kingdom. I like spoilers for whenever my like best platinums list goes live. Like I give myself an honorary mention for almost 100%ing this. Like, the one thing I didn't do in Tears of the Kingdom is like go and kill all of the ancillary like open world big bad enemies, because I was just like, I don't really care about
so much
like,
fun to
fighting
kill.
the Gleeoks and stuff like that. Yeah, like I killed like a couple of them, but like the ones where it's like, okay, you have to shoot yourself up into the air and then basically use all of your time to like glide over to this island, or build a contraption that'll fly over to this island to kill a 3-headed fire, lightning, and ice Gleeok. I didn't feel like bothering with that. So there's still more I could have done in Tears of the Kingdom, but like I pretty much knocked it out of the park. Had had maxed out the stamina, maxed out as many hearts as I was going to get, and yeah, like had a very good time with it, but still has enough of my grievances in there. I didn't get super crazy into the like ultra hand of like building contraptions and stuff like that, especially not compared to like the rest of the internet.
Somebody remade Godzilla.
Yeah, somebody remade Godzilla. Everybody was super excited to crucify Koroks very early on. That was a very weird says something about gamer culture.
It's called justice.
I don't think it needs to be crucifixions.
That's fair. That is fair.
You can more easily just launch them, catapult them across the map than go to the lengths of crucifying a Korok. You sadistic fucks.
That's true.
But yeah, like so I didn't get super into that, but I did like, I had my handful of like contraptions that I would kind of like build over and over again, stuff like that. And so yeah, there's a ton of fun to be had in this game.
I had a fighter jet. It was awesome.
But yeah, it still has enough down aspects of it. But yeah, the fact that that's the other thing. The fact that for both this run of Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, I bought like a pack of amiibo cards that I could just kind of like once a day throw onto my controller or the Switch and just kind of like drop in a whole bunch of loot and stuff for cooking or arrows or whatever. Even a handful of them will give you like ores and stuff that I could just sell off and always be flush with rupees. Definitely made and or you get a ton of weapons.
Fusing a diamond to a weapon was awesome because it was so fucking strong.
Yeah. So yeah, all those fun, like those kind of exploits helped make the game significantly more enjoyable for me than I had faced in the first time around. So yeah, shout outs to Tears of the Kingdom, even if it still didn't crack my top 5, but number 7, a very far cry from Breath of the Wild being one of my biggest disappointments of 2017 to making it under my top 10 here. So shout out to that, and shout out to Cameron's number 2 game of the year there. My number 2, the biggest gap I think between any of these conversations, because my number 2 was Sea of Stars, which we talked about briefly back in Cameron's honorable mentions. I absolutely love this as somebody who's a huge fan of The Messenger from Sabotage Studio. As soon as they announced this years ago, I backed it on Kickstarter. You
can go to Trevor's statue.
Yeah, and I have a statue in the game because of how much I backed it. So yeah, you can find me in the game in my like lightsaber pose form with a fun little, pantaloons from a costume I had in a college show and stuff like that. My big old curly afro, I think, is my hairstyle in this. So yeah, you can find me in the game. But beyond that, it just has a great gameplay, incredible story, great characters, and it is a loving send up of your Chrono Triggers, your Super Mario RPGs, like that era of turn-based RPG, but still completely its own thing, while also doing a fun, like fleshing out the world that is introduced in The Messenger in a cool and interesting way. This is a long before prequel kind of story to that, but it sets up like, oh, this character is going to turn into somebody that, reappears in The Messenger, or you kind of like visit the similar landmarks, and then you get like, the nostalgic hit of, oh, I'm in the opening area of The Messenger and I'm getting the exact same music, and like how I didn't realize how much that music had been like ingrained into my memory because I'm not always a music guy. And even the bigger picture story of The Messenger, I kind of remember, but like it didn't really like the gameplay of that was very much like the thing I loved. But seeing those moments pop up in Sea of Stars here, where I was like, oh, I do get what that's a reference to. That's really cool and really fun. Just a ton of a great time there. Garl is just one of the absolute best characters. Another great himbo character, I would say, in gaming this year, and is very much like the heart of your adventure as like the non-powered best friend of your two main heroes. When you kick off your adventure, you've got like your sun powered character and your moon powered character, and then Garl's just like the best friend cook, who's, you know, he does not lack for enthusiasm and excitement, but he's, you know, he's working at a disadvantage, I think, in the game, but he's just such a delight, and he has the nat 20 on charisma that your two other characters don't, and so like he comes into situation and like immediately like, you know, wins people over pretty much anywhere he goes, and it's just a ton of fun. He's great, and all the other characters you get kind of later on over the course of the story are also wonderful. Some of them just cool surprises, and yeah, just a ton of fun. Had a great time with this one. Got the platinum for it, which was, you know, another fun adventure this year. And there's also like a ton of end game optional stuff, as you often get in these kinds of games, and those end up being some of the most fun like fights in the game, as well as like some of the most fun just like story beats and moments and stuff like that. So yeah, shout out to Sea of Stars. Definitely recommend, especially if you're a fan of like that era of games. But and the art and sound design also just phenomenal beyond belief. So shout out to that. Anything to add, Cam? I think you mentioned you probably just didn't really play enough to
just didn't play enough of it. I barely made it through, like towards, like you said, was like kind of like towards the end of Act 1.
Yeah,
and like it's a great game. I can see like the appeal of it. It just was not floating my boat.
Cool. All right, then let's move over to Frank's number one, which again, as I said, I believe is going to be Final Fantasy 16. Is that correct, Frank?
That's correct.
Excellent. Yeah, hit us with why this is your game of the year.
Man, I love everything about this game. Like, I think the combat's incredible. I think the story was awesome. I love the characters. The boss fights are like the best I've had in a long time, but certainly like all year. The spectacle of everything is just like on another level, and some of the things you see and do, and like some of these like, it just keeps getting like, it's kind of like where Cam brought up Gurren Lagann earlier. It just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And when you're like, they can't get bigger, it just does. And there was moments that like, especially some of these cutscenes and boss fights and stuff that totally had like my jaw open. And I was like, yeah, this game is incredible. And I love the combat and the magic. It feels like your abilities and everything feel awesome. The side quests were even good. Like, they're not all amazing, and especially like one of the things I hated about like 15 was like all the side quests are like bad and like fetch quests, and you just kind of go through an empty open world and like pick up something and bring it back. And this can like run into that, but because it's such a better world and like better characters and better combat, a lot of it ends up being better. And by the time you get to the end, some of the side missions are actually great and like have really good stories, and some of them are like chains of side missions, and like you're like, oh, like the first couple maybe aren't great, but by the time you get to the end, you're like, wow, this was like a whole story or like a whole little thing. And it kind of helps the characters in your camp kind of feel more like people, and you kind of help them. And even Torgal gets a little side mission where you get to bond with your dog, like animal companion friend. I really do just love everything about the game. There's like there's like, it's not perfect, like few things are, but like there's so few things like I really do have to complain about it. And as somebody who's like newer into Final Fantasy and like these more modern ones, like this is what I have been promised my whole life, like from Final Fantasy. Mm-hmm. But in the Final Fantasies that have come out in my life are the ones that people, especially like even Final Fantasy fans, may or may not like that much. So This is totally one that like they have like kind of really grabbed me, and I really loved it, and I'm excited for more and just more Final Fantasy.
Yeah, combat wise, like this is what they've been wanting to do since Advent Children, and obviously they did a lot of that kind of stuff in Final Fantasy 15, and yeah, they just kind of go full action RPG instead of like turn-based stuff in this one. Cam and I did a lengthy spoiler cast on this one, and yeah, so it was my 4 and his 5, and I think for the most part, like we're right there with you in terms of like characters are great, performances are great, boss battles are epic and crazy, combat's amazing and feels great, and yeah, like your hub as it kind of grows over the course of the game. And you do all those side quests. You do get to know the people at your camp in cool ways. And like one of my favorite little side things was like somebody who's not at your hub world, but like she's one of your contacts out in one of the other towns, kind of thing. You do a side quest for her, and then you can kind of go back to her and talk to her afterwards, and like just getting to hear her story. And she's like, my grandmother was like a slave in our household because she was marked, and I didn't know she was my grandmother until she was like on her deathbed, and they finally told me, or something like that. And like that just being like oh my god, like there's so much extra depth to why you're like an underground railroad kind of like person here because of that, was just really cool. I mean, Ben Starr knocks it out of the park as Clive, of course.
Totally.
There's not a bad performance.
I mean, yeah, everyone in there is great, but he's obviously, since you're with him the entire time, he's obviously the standout. For me, and I think for Cam, we both kind of like came down on like, oh, the ending like just leaves a bad enough taste in my mouth that it probably does not like drop it down a couple notches. I think they could have. I think if the ending had been different on this one, and I won't go into spoilers or anything like that, but if there had been a different ending, or even less like oblique ending, or like, oh, we're going to leave it up to you to theorize what really happened, I would have had so much more fun with how this story ends up. And instead, it just kind of leaves like a sour enough taste in my mouth, and I'm like, I mean, like, I replayed the game on Final Fantasy mode. I got the platinum trophy, so I burned through this game twice, including on the like super hard difficulty mode kind of thing. But like, yeah, it just I found myself on the replay, especially being like, it wouldn't have hurt them at all to do this different ending path, and I think that would, like, for so many of these character stories, I feel like that would have been a more compelling and like not necessarily happy versus sad ending, but like a more cathartic ending for a lot of those characters than the one they give a lot of the characters. And so like I just ended up being like disappointed enough by that like it prevents it from, climbing. Like as I'm playing through the game, I'm like going through my Final Fantasy rankings. I'm like, oh my god, this is like just climbing. And the thing that like keeps it from being like a top 5 Final Fantasy for me even is the ending. Like my favorite Final Fantasies all tend to have like a few things in common, and they're compelling villains. This has, decently enough compelling villain in terms of like he's weird and ominous and stuff, and he's there and he's doing interesting stuff. But like your your cast of characters is like a core thing that I love in my Final Fantasies, and then like a compelling ending is a thing that is a trait of Final Fantasy 6, Final Fantasy 4, Final Fantasy 7, 9, like, and this just doesn't have that. So like it ends up, I think those are like 6, 4, 9, 7, and 10 are like my Final Fantasy rankings, and this probably falls right below 10 because its ending doesn't stick the landing for me. But yeah, like so many other things are great, and much like I would say like Final Fantasy 7 Remake could have easily missed, and the fact that they don't is a testament to just how strong everything is in this. And yeah, like I love, especially somebody who grew up with it, I love that this feels like a game that has finally grown up with me and is, telling more adult themed stuff and interesting conversations around the world that they've created. So yeah, shout out to that. Anything to add, Cam?
Yeah. for me, I think the biggest weakness of Final Fantasy 16 is kind of like the overarching like upper narrative that the ending is entirely focused on. It's easily its weakest aspect, is that it plays way too much mystery box, and by the time you get to the end, it's just so lackluster compared to the societal lower story that's being told about, about people and, like you said, the Underground Railroad aspect of this game. That part of it, and like why, like the reason you're doing this is like the reason Clive is doing what he's doing and the journey he's making, the decisions that he's making. That is so much more compelling than this overarching upper narrative that by the very end of it is all that's focused on, and it's just so utterly lackluster. And then it does one of what I consider a cardinal sin in storytelling, is the very, 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 very last part of the ending is just something I hate. If you want to go more detail about it, listen to our 3-hour spoiler cast. But there's so much about this game that I love, and I think that a couple things that I would have liked is like there's a part in the intro of the game to the next part of the game where like of where the story is at. It does kind of like do its own in median res thing, but I would have liked to have seen more of a certain part of Clive's journey that is totally absent of.
Yeah, so like I mean, I think that's big enough. Like the Clive story, we see young Clive, we see middle Clive, and we see adult Clive, and you wanted more of like the journey between young Clive and middle Clive. Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I want to see more of that because there's a very big stark transformation in the character, and he talks about it later on, and it's like that would have been really cool to see in the narrative of it. And I think that would have helped build up to the decisions, and it gives insight into the decisions he makes as middle Clive to adult Clive. Also, big time gaps between middle Clive and adult Clive that like I'm like that's a way big gap for not a lot happening. But I digress. Moving on to also like other areas where it's like this is a really cool area. You never get to see it when actually like go through it and do it. It just ends up being like an action sequence instead. Would have enjoyed actually like exploring some of these cities and not just like have them be the set pieces for big battles. That's a weakness for this game as well for me. But overall, incredible fucking game. Honestly, like I totally understand why it's some people's game of the year. It's why it's Frank's game of the year. Absolutely nothing taken away from that because it is a fantastic fucking game.
Yeah. Any final thoughts? Did you go back and play the DLC that's come out so far, Frank?
I haven't. I haven't played it since it came out, and I beat it. I definitely will go back at some point. I might do that super hard mode like you're talking about because I did everything else. Like I did all the hunts, I did all the side quests, I did everything you could do. I maxed out all my stuff. It's just like I just always wanted more, you know. So I definitely want to go back to it and play it again.
Yeah, the DLC that they launched, end of the year, plus I'll go back to it when they bring the like Leviathan side quest thing into it as like the next bit of DLC that they announced. Like that's what'll get me to be like, okay, I'm gonna reinstall it and boot that up and load up a save. Because yeah, I think there's a lot of greatness to it, and it's just like the few weaknesses I had with it are just what kept it from climbing higher on my list. But much like Cam said with one of his entries earlier, like when this came out, it was my game of the year at the time, and I was like, how cool is it going to be if I go from like as somebody who had a long dry spell of like very disappointing Final Fantasies to go from like 2020 Final Fantasy VII Remake's my game of the year, 2021 Final Fantasy 14 is my game of the year, 2022 not like a new thing, but like I really love that we got Crisis Core remastered last year, to Final Fantasy 16 to Rebirth next year. It's like even with this at my number 4, it's a fucking great time to be a Final Fantasy fan again.
Absolutely.
And I love that like we got that. Plus, shout out to the like active time lore system where like you can pause at any point and be like, wait, okay, why is this conflict important? Because I feel like, especially like Final Fantasy 15, I ran into a lot where I was like, I don't know who the conflicting nations are, and the game isn't really interested in telling me.
15's a mess in just a lot of ways, especially with the story.
Yeah. So yeah, I loved that like I could do that and I could get invested in like the national politics that were happening on this little, continent that we spend our time on. So absolutely shout out to that. Shout out to Frank's Game of the Year.
And shout out to the worst mother in video games.
Sure. Absolutely.
Yeah, for real.
All right, then Cam, I'm fairly certain, unless you've completely betrayed me and it's not even on your list, but I'm guessing your number one is the same as my number one as Baldur's Gate 3.
Oh no, it is. It's 100% is. Yeah.
Huzzah! Yes, excellent choice. It was, as we were getting to number two and number one, I was like, where's he going to throw it?
It's number one.
Excellent. Baldur's Gate 3. I was surprised, Frank, that you, especially you being a TTRPG fan, I was surprised you didn't get to Baldur's Gate 3 this year.
Yeah, I didn't really check it out, and all the things I've heard about it definitely make me want to play it because it's like all the variety and the story and the narrative and the characters and like it really does. It's like D&D, but just in a game.
It is the most possible D&D thing you could have, and it's like 5th edition D&D, so it is shockingly like one-to-one. Like there's obviously a few things that they couldn't make happen or couldn't make work.
They don't let you level up past level
12. You'll cap out at level 12.
God.
So you don't get any god abilities, any level 7 spells or whatever. And like, they've talked about like they couldn't make dispel magic work because it would have broken too many things. So like there are a few spells that aren't in there, but like by and large, it's like your classes, and most of the spells you get are just pulled straight out of the player's handbook kind of thing. And like the feats and all that fun stuff. So yeah, it's phenomenal. My game of the year. I will not bury the lead, I guess, and say like not only is it my game of the year, this is my new favorite game of all time.
Hell yeah!
Which anybody who the fact that I've done 5 runs of the game, put 500 plus hours into it, not really a surprise, probably.
Nope, not at all.
I played it. I did my first run. My second run ended up being like the Let's Play run that ended up being like my fourth run to finish.
Yeah. Yeah, Trevor going through and like doing a Let's Play series while also playing it in like 3 different ways.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah.
The Dark Urge run, the Tactician mode run was my 4th one. And then like I finished up all that, and then they were like, all right, and here's patch 5 with Honor mode, which is like Tactician run, but like you only get 1 save. And in that mode, boss fights get an extra like little legendary resistances and extra legendary actions and stuff. So even there, you're getting like new stuff in combat. That's a ton of fun. And despite having played through 5 times, I still mostly picked like the good path every time. So there are still like half of the game I haven't really seen because I haven't done like the super evil stuff. That I just am, increasingly looking forward to. Cast of characters, phenomenal, among the best. Like, I would say better than at this point. Like, or I certainly like them better than your Mass Effect crew, which is probably like the runner-up in like your best parties of games / companion characters and stuff. Just everybody's great in there. Even the characters that I didn't like play around with a ton, like I enjoyed parts of Will's story. I enjoyed like Gale's stuff, but I never like they were largely out of my party, and I kind of normally had my crew of Astarion and Shadowheart and Karlach or Lae'zel or something like that. I like still jumping in and playing with any of the characters can feel great, and there's a ton of fun to be had there. And then just like side characters that you meet over the course of the game are always a blast as well, and feel so deep and fleshed out. And yeah, my ultimate write-up is a good long page and a half of like why I love this game, why it is now my new favorite game of all time, and why I can't wait to just keep playing more and more of it in the years to come. So Cam, I will throw it to you to gush as well.
This is my favorite, like, we don't really use the term JRPG anymore, but it's my favorite, or Western RPG anymore, but it's my favorite kind of like computer-based RPG of all time. And it takes that crown away from Dragon Age Origins. Dragon Age Origins is there for me. I just think that it's such an incredible game, with the like level of choices you get to make, the different origin points, everything about that. Baldur's Gate 3 came in and just like took that crown hard. They've done everything that Dragon Age Origins does, but better. And on top of that, it is just filled with a cast of characters that are enticing, fun, and creative. And I love that there's 1,000 different approaches to every different situation you can have. It really is the closest thing you have to actual sitting down tabletop Dungeons and Dragons.
On that, like, the thing that everybody loves about the new Legend of Zelda games of like, you can do anything. Baldur's Gate 3 is that, but with a story behind it, and a story that you can do anything to affect. The fact that, like, you know, you can go watch, I've seen like little like videos of one of the, you know, first things you do in the game is like, you can go into a goblin camp and you can either, you know, side with the goblins or you can take out the goblins. And like somebody basically went through and was like, here's like 30 different approaches you can do to take out those enemies, or not. And that's just like the first of these kinds of things over the course of this game. And there's so many other options. It is that not only does it have like the mechanical, like, here are the rules we've put in place in this world, pulling from the D&D rules in the same way that Tears of the Kingdom pulls from like the rules that they've established and the physics stuff that they've established. It is like, okay, you can do all of those things, but you can also do them in however you want to, you know, approach these combat in scenarios. And, you know, do you want to, plop an invisibility potion and, you know, pop up behind somebody and just like stab them? Do you want to use barrelmancy and we're just going to drop a whole bunch of explosive barrels and then you throw a firebolt at them to just explode everything? Cool. Like, I love just the endless creativity that this has, like the Zelda games, but with like an incredibly fun and compelling characters and story that carries over the course of the 3 acts of this game, and like the, you know, some of the most compelling side quests and stuff like that in anything this year or other years as well. Just Baldur's Gate 3 is really goddamn good. Anything to add there, Cam?
Yeah, quite a bit actually. Cool. Another thing too, Trevor hasn't even done these yet. There's the origin modes where if you want to play as any of your like side characters as the main character, you can.
I mean, I did it with the Dark Urge is technically an origin.
Yeah, it's technically an origin character. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I freaking love that there's just that level of depth to it. It's like, oh, I don't actually want to make my own character. Cool. Pick one of the party members. They're now the main character of the story. It is what that, like, it's a great way to play through that game as well. There, like, every single approach you could possibly have for this game exists in this game. And there's something just absolutely fantastic about it. I love the characters and the kind of relationships that develop between the characters. I love the idle chat that happens between characters as you're roaming around the world. The commentary some characters have about like certain things that you're doing. It is such an ideal game that I just can't imagine there being a game that is a better game this year than that. It never fails to deliver on what it sets up. It always executes it. Or rather, let me rephrase that. It allows you to execute it however you think the best way to execute it is. Mm-hmm. Sometimes you just fuck up unimaginably.
Yeah.
And you come out of a boss fight barely clinging to life. And there is just something fun about that, even that aspect of the game. Failing is fun in this game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, like, even going to like my tactician run or my honor mode run in particular, where it's like you can't reload a save, you're just kind of stuck with the decisions you make. One of the first things you can do in the game is like you'll pull the wizard character Gale out of a sigil, and to do that, you have to pass a strength check. And if you fail the strength check, you get another chance, but it's a higher DC. And I haven't gotten any like inspiration points that will let me like re-roll anything at this point because it's still basically the beginning of the game. And so I failed back-to-back strength checks I was playing as like an Oath of Oath of Vengeance Paladin, I think. And so I had like beefy strength stats. I just rolled very badly.
Was that your? No, I thought that was your Dark Urge run.
So there.
Did you do?
So you can do. So in the Dark Urge run, you get extra like dialogue options, and in the Dark Urge run, one of your options is the Dark Urge kind of overtakes you, and you just envision like chopping this thing, this disembodied hand off, and you black out. And you end up with a hand in your inventory, and Gale does not join your game. So that's like an option you have in that path.
Yep.
In my honor mode run, I wasn't doing Dark Urge, but I just failed that strength check. And so like Gale's like, pull me out. And I just didn't have the strength to do it. And so he gets sucked back into the portal, and no more Gale. No Gale through my campaign for that tactician mode run.
Yep.
And then like a more fun one in that same run, like that same night, basically was Astarion. Light spoilers, is a vampire and will reveal this to you overnight at camp one night when he comes to like drink your blood. And you can either push him away or you can let him. And if you let him, you kind of get like prompts to be like, okay, that's enough. You can stop now. I failed those charisma checks, so he kept drinking, and I woke up dead the next morning. And fortunately, like other characters in the party could bring me back, so I didn't just completely like lose the run. But it was like, well, I failed charisma checks, and so Astarion drunk me dry. And that leads to a fun conversation I get to have with Astarion of like, you killed me. What the hell, man? Like, and he's like, sorry, I got overwhelmed or something. And like, even that, like, I love that there are dialogue options that like 1% of people, less than 1% of people will see, because they won't think to kill Astarion before you ever talk to him and then bring him back, and then he gets mad at you for killing him or something like that. Just a ton of like just the breadth. Even like if you kill NPCs that are like vital mission giving NPCs, there'll be backup NPCs that'll like come back in their stead and give you that mission. And if you kill the backup NPCs, there will be NPCs that you can't possibly meet or interact with in that section because they don't get introduced until later, that will get like brought up and act, and they will interact with you. And so like they came up with like backups to backups to backups to try and account for the widest breadth possible of the things that people will do in this game. And it's just phenomenal in the permutations and in the creative ways that they approach some of those permutations. And the fact that they've continued to support the game as much as they have since release, going so far as to adding a playable epilogue so that you kind of like, you get your whole party back together after the end of the game. You can kind of have like a, what's everybody been up to for the last 6 months, is just great. And I can't wait to see kind of how they continue to support the game and make little tweaks here and there, and continue to like fix bugs and all that stuff. And all this to say, like, I kind of glossed over it, but like the fact that my Let's Play playthrough is completely inspired by the character in the actual campaign I'm playing with Cameron, my first campaign ever, Tyson Bahamut's Cleric of Bahamut, half-elf Cleric of Bahamut, was my character, continues to be my character in an actual campaign, and I got to pretty much 1-for-1. Like, you're locked into like the stats rolls that you get versus like we did manual rolled stuff, so I had like a little bit better stats in our home game kind of thing, and Cam has like super overloaded me with like way too high end gear to like improve all of my armor class and spell save DCs and all that stuff. So because
I don't want to throw just basic ass creatures. I hate running basic ass creatures.
We're doing an in-person game with 2 PCs, so you kind of got to make us buff us up if you want to use actual challenge ratings and stuff. But yeah, like the way this game kind of incorporates all that stuff in, and just like so flawlessly captures the D&D experience, even with like the fact that there is a narrator who is basically serving as the dungeon master's narrations over the course of the campaign for you, is a ton of fun. Phenomenal performances all around. some of my very favorites in all of gaming, and just such a utter delight. And I can't wait to see, like, in every one of my playthroughs so far, all 5 of them, I'm still finding things that I hadn't encountered before, even if I'm doing like somewhat the same kind of, I did this same kind of option in this quest. I'm still finding new places I hadn't, uncovered before, or like little nooks and crannies that I'm finding and stuff. So yeah, there's just a ton of fun there. And I can't wait to hop in again when, I find a downtime here. And even like I've picked up the like Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 enhanced editions out there. So maybe I'll hop back into those and see what like BioWare's take on this was, and see how those hold up 20 years removed, 20 plus years removed. But also the Divinity Original Sin games I want to give another shot. I'd originally played a little bit of the first Divinity Original Sin and just was not in the headspace for this kind of like turn-based CRPG kind of gameplay at the time. But like now that I'm like really wrapped my head around it and had a great time with this, I want to go ahead and go give those another shot. And like even stuff like we've talked to Cam and I sitting down and just doing a co-op, campaign of the game, or hopping in and playing with mods and stuff like that on PC, I think is something that like potentially appeals to me far more in this. There's like the RNG mod that's out there now where you can just get completely random stuff thrown at you, be it characters or NPCs kind of skins and stuff like that. So just there's an endless myriad of options to explore with this game, and I look forward to dabbling in more of them as time goes on. Any final thoughts there, Cam?
No, I think you've said enough for all 3 of us already, but no, this is without a doubt. I echo everything that you were saying. It truly is one of the best games ever made. Also, massive shout out to the performances that are in this game. They're tremendous. Well worth any awards they receive. Just an absolute astounding set of voice actors and actresses who also did motion capture and everything in between, as well as an incredible effort by Larian Studios to revive this franchise and bring it into not just bring it to the modern day, but advance it in the ways that they have. It's truly been incredible.
Yeah. Excellent. All right. Well, I've got our overall ranks, taking all of our games and tallying them up over the course of our conversation. Just shy of our top 10 is Frank's pick, Like a Dragon Ishin. That's basically our runner-up with a total of 4 points. Like a Dragon Gaiden, The Man Who Erased His Name is our number 10 game of the year with 5 points. Dave the Diver gets 6 points for our number 9 spot. Cam's pick of Lies of P has 7 points for our number 8 game of the year. Actually, crap. I did the thing I accused you of doing earlier. Technically, we have a tie at number 7. So let me roll that back. Like a Dragon Gaiden, Man Who Erased His Name, just misses. Both Like a Dragons both miss. Dave the Diver, number 10. Lies of P, number 9. Tie for 7 between Thirsty Suitors and Armored Core 6, both with 8 points apiece. Our number 6 game of the year, Sea of Stars, banking completely on my number 2 ranking there. And then we get into the games that like we had on multiple lists. Legend of Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom in at number 5 with 13 points between Cameron and myself. Our first game among all 3 of us, Star Wars Jedi Survivor, in at number 4 with 17 points. Baldur's Gate 3 comes in at number 3 with the combined 20 points from both Cameron and I's singular game of the year. And then we get into Marvel's Spider-Man 2 for number 2 with 22 points among all 3 of us. And our number 1 game of the year, echoing Frank's pick at 23 points among all 3 of us, Final Fantasy 16 from Square Enix this year. So yeah, solid list. Fun list of games, course across the spectrum there.
of our actual top 10s across all three of us. We have a total of 20 games. So the other ones that kind of like mentioned but didn't make our site's top 10: Assassin's Creed Mirage, Diablo 4, Chia, Viewfinder, Goodbye Volcano High, RoboCop Rogue City, Hi-Fi Rush, Theatrhythm, Final Bar Line, and then the two Like a Dragon games, as we mentioned earlier, Ishin and Like a Dragon Gaiden, The Man Who Erased His Name. So that's our solid list. As continues to be our tradition, our number one game being a game that we all picked and had in our top 10s, but this year breaking tradition in that it wasn't the only one that was on all three of our lists. So shout out again there to Marvel Spider-Man 2 and Star Wars Jedi Survivor being among all three of our lists. And shout out to the Baldur's Gate 3 with being mine and Cameron's game of the year as well. As our overall number 3 game of the year. I'll be very curious, Cam or Frank, if you do ever end up getting around to Baldur's Gate 3, again, given that I know you are a TTRPG fan as well, if you end up sinking your teeth into it as much as, at least as much as Cameron did. Maybe not as much as I did.
Yeah,
because I'm a crazy person. But yes, shout out to all that fun stuff. So yeah, that's our Game of the Year 2023. Congratulations to Final Fantasy 16 and all of the other laudits that you received this year. I look forward to seeing what 2024 brings for all of us. We already talked about some of them. We got like Final Fantasy Rebirth. We got like Dragon Infinite Wealth coming out there. So yeah.
Persona 3 Reloaded. Let's go.
I did play Persona 3, the Xbox Game Pass version this last year. That was my first time playing Persona 3. Didn't get like an honorable mention or anything like that, but yeah, it's another game I played this year. I just think Persona has learned a lot from that game.
Oh,
and
definitely.
did it better in 4 and 5. So
yeah,
but it was.
So I want the remake.
There you go. All right. Well, I think that is going to do it. So we'll go around our metaphorical table with any plugs we might have. Thank you, everybody, for joining me for our annual Game of the Year episode. You can follow Cameron at Rev Cabot, 2 B's and 2 T's. Anything you want to give a shout out to there, Cam?
Yeah, I want to give a massive shout out to a friend of our show, friend of the podcast, friend of ours just in general, Brian Nabashin Jackson, who has encountered some recent health complications in his recovery. And I just want to wish him all the best. He is one of the best people that any of us know. And just, love, heart, hopes, prayers, thoughts, everything is going out to you, Brian. We love you.
Absolutely. You follow Frank at Irrelevant Jokes. Anything you want to give a shout out to there, Frank?
No, not in particular, but I'll definitely echo Cam's sentiments there.
Yeah. You follow me at Trevor J. Starkey, in addition to obviously sending our love to Nabashin. I'll also give a shout out in slightly happier tones to our friends over at Kind of Funny, who just celebrated 9 years, their 9-year anniversary. All the friends we've made, through them, including Nabashin.
Including all three of us.
Obviously all three of
us.
us.
Wouldn't be recording this podcast without that.
Yeah. That nerdy site as a whole kind of coming together in the aftermath of Kind of Funny, is all that fun stuff. My previous thing of Trevor Trove, Cam's previous thing of Naughty Gamers, or KGN, all sorts of the spiral of our friendships in and around this space, stemming from Kind of Funny, kind of stepping away from IGN 9 years ago. Shout out to them as well. As I said, you can follow all of us over at That Nerdy Site, or go to thatnerdysite.com, where you can find all sorts of other written best of 2023 lists. So go check out all that fun stuff. If you liked what you heard, please remember to rate, review, like, subscribe, share the podcast with your friends, all that fun stuff. Thank you for listening. As always, stay nerdy and be good to each other.